Welcome to Backwards Day in Mario Kart World. We previously streamed the other single-player content up to this point, all of the gold trophies at 150cc Grand Prix as well as Knockout Tour, and we've also unlocked the mirror mode, which we're finally going to take a first look at today, nice and early in the lifespan of the game, before we've really learned the courses too deeply, because once you know them too well, I think past experience shows us that mirror mode actually becomes quite a bit more challenging. So we are going to try to go for 3 stars today, which is not something we did previously with 150cc. I understand that with this game, your trophy in mirror mode, in terms of your stars and your rank, actually does trickle down to all of the cups, including 150, which is something new in the series. So just for the satisfaction of seeing 3 stars on things, we're going to make a fair attempt on it. And that means that we're likely to have quite a few resets along the way. We do have a good run of golds across 150 at the time being, and we'll see if we can improve on that. We don't have a single 3-star yet. We were very close in some cups, in some cases just missing out on the very last turn. We'll see if we have very many situations like that today, but for now, let's dive into Mirror Mode Mushroom Cup and see how we do. And we'll see how much we are thrown off by anything along the way. I mean, at this stage, even playing a good number of hours in this game and finishing Grand Prix and Knockout Tour, I certainly don't think I know the course layouts that well at this point, and so reading things backwards will hopefully feel unobstructed by our memory of how things played out forwards. It's all going to be very improvisational. So, first race. We've gone with soft serve Yoshi today. I'm missing some costumes of Yoshi still, and that's partly the way we're determining who to play as here. So yeah, if we don't rank in first in any particular race, we'll just reset the cup. Previously, we just rotated between characters with every cup today, because we're going to try to maybe be a little bit more serious about 3-star. Maybe we won't change around quite so much. We'll try to go with a setup that feels familiar. Rather, I think we switched between characters with every attempt previously. I think just to save time and decisional paralysis, we'll just go with one character for now, and then once we get a 3-star, who knows? We'll maybe change things up just a little bit. Interesting railground shortcut there on the Goomba that you saw on the left. We've been playing a lot with rail grounding in things like free roam mode, but I find that occasionally it's a little bit difficult to set up. Oh, we should have used that. If you don't know specifically what shortcut you're going for, then... Okay. And yeah, so far this course kind of just feels like reading a new Mario Kart course forwards. I guess that's one of the advantages of not having that much of a lap structure in Mario Kart World, is that you don't get too accustomed to the layouts with repetition. I don't know, taking the outside curve there was actually advantageous when it comes to speed, but we'll see. We haven't really seen much in the way of blue shell yet, so probably want to gain a good bit of distance here instead of getting sniped on the 3rd lap. Does look like we've got a good bit of distance though. So that'll be a nice and easy start. And we'll see how many times we have to repeat that when we inevitably choke at some later point. But for now, let's move on. Now, there is also a mirror mode knockout tour, which was something I hadn't really considered in terms of the amount of single-player content there is in this game. In the past, I've found that mirror mode is something I don't really tend to stick with after the initial run of trophies. You know, we just kind of 3-star it and leave until we somehow happen upon it in an online draw. But there is, I think, actually a way to invert the entire open world as well, though. And it shows you where to go for that in the cutscene when you do unlock mirror mode. We haven't tried it yet, but if we ever want to take backward screenshots for whatever reason and aren't content with just flipping the image that we take, then sure, we can do that. Kind of a nice little bonus treat. I don't know if it's actually necessary for anything. But I'm glad it exists. You need to pick up quite a few more coins here to start being competitive on straights. In interstitial tracks like this one, where we're already in segment 2. It's okay, it just means we're not too vulnerable to blue shell yet, but we don't want to depend too much on that. And let's just try to catch up a little bit before we boomerang. Total whip with a horn there on our second place racer. Sure, let's go for the steal here and get some rear defense momentarily. We are in part 3 here, but we are in first. We'll try to keep our items in reserve until lightning knocks us out of them. Can we do a bit of a ride here? No, not very good aim. Okay, we've got a little bit of distance once again, so. And MKW Joseph, welcome. Let's keep going. Okay. No really embarrassing chokes yet, because it helps that we're a little bit more familiar with the mechanics in this game by now. Oh, food for everyone. Whoop. And also that we haven't been blue shelled at the last minute yet, which is often critical. Because that's how GPs fall apart. Descriptive is you're saying something about the Marvel Rivals roster, an auto chess model. Okay. I know what Dota auto chess is. I've never actually played it myself. I also know what Marvel Rivals is, but I've really just seen other people do it on stream. I used to be pretty deep in the whole Blizzard ecosystem, mostly due to the RTS games like StarCraft and such, and so at some point it was always on the to-do list to get around to Overwatch, even though I'm not too much of a first-person shooter player. But then I understand that Overwatch has been updating quite a bit lately as well, and reputedly is in good shape, but it seems like Marvel Rivals kind of took a lot of attention from it this year, at least from what I've been seeing on streams. But it's one of those things where, you know, it's like I don't have time to really learn a metagame. But of course, these games are built to be casual friendly as well, right? Where you can just dip in and, I don't know, take the point or whatever it is you do. From my very distant knowledge of Team Fortress 2. But yeah, so they added an auto chess model. I mean, how would that even work? Oh, we're on 3 out of 3 already. Oh, whoa, that was close. I noticed at the last minute that what happened there, and I totally missed the button to try to launch a shell backwards to keep him back. I didn't realize we were through this course already so quickly. I have to really watch that lap marker in this game, because it's very easy to Mario Kart just kind of zone out and, you know, assume that you'll recognize lap 3 when you see it. Now, this being mirror mode and this being Mario Kart World, where everything is mostly structured linearly without that much repetition between laps, or segments rather, nothing looks familiar, and so we get caught by surprise sometimes. It happened a few times in Knockout Tour where I'm always kind of surprised at how quickly the last segment goes as you do your little scramble to the finish. Oh, that did not go well. Fine. Well, might as well leave some banana defense up for the time being until we have a reason not to have it. Okay, and then we'll see about getting to that spaceport. Blue shell, let it hit. Get out of its way. And keep a horn for ourselves. Until, of course, lightning forces us to drop it, which is likely to happen. Or when we get just straight up passed by somebody and we have to make a decision as to whether to burn the horn or keep it. And then immediately regret whatever it is we choose. Oh, look at that. Right on cue. And yeah, you're saying, why did the explosion say moob? I didn't even notice that, but I was too busy paying attention to the course. I guess, yeah, because, again, it is mirror mode. It didn't even occur to me that it would apply to the text and the effects as well, because, you know, when would you ever notice that? Given that the textual effects are new to this game. That was a pretty big move. Oh, it fell off there from losing a lot of momentum going off that ramp. Anyway, a little advanced taste of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Actually, it's funny because this is really the only true three-dimensional representation we've seen of how some of classic arcade Donkey Kong would really look in practice. We have seen other three-dimensional representations of the original stage before, notably in Captain Toad, where there is actually a Donkey Kong tribute stage, but it's not built quite as fully three-dimensional like this one. It's basically just, you know, the original arcade-style layout, except you can kind of go to the back of the board. It'll be interesting when we get to Donkey Kong Bonanza to see just how much arcade Donkey Kong is in it, in terms of its overall flavor. Oh. 8 out of 8 already? Oh, look at that. First try on Mushroom Cup. This worked out well. There's another moob for you. One came in, you said 3-starring 100cc Knockout Tour was an experience. You shudder at the thought of doing it at 150 in mirror mode, yeah. I feel like that's a very, very long-term project. I doubt I'll stream attempts on it, just given how many resets it's likely to require. That's an interesting idea, though, kind of practicing the format in 100. Hadn't really thought about that. Okay, mushroom cups out of the way quickly, which is good. Now, it's not really obvious from the cup design that it is mirror mode, is it? Because in previous titles, you could actually look at the label on the cup itself and it's mirrored. But here you can see that the Mario Kart text is actually, well, the usual. It's not backwards. So it's not obvious from whatever screenshot I just took that this is actually a mirror mode cup. But anyway, we'll take it. That seems to be a little bit of an oversight, honestly. Because I remember in Mario Kart 8 that the mirror mode cups would actually look like mirrored cups. Okay, I don't know if we want to go with quite the same thing here. I mean, we did well with it, but I said I'd kind of change characters between cups. We are partly determining this based on which costume I'm missing, though, in case we just accidentally run into a new one, which is why I've been sticking with Yoshi. We'll just maybe... Yeah, we'll switch over to Wario. We'll just rotate until we, hit something that we actually haven't collected. Wario, I think, has the best costume game in Mario Kart world. Let's go with this Road Ruffian here. And we'll pick something a little bit balanced. It worked out really well to have something that just kind of slightly leaned towards speed in the previous run here. So let's go Blastronaut. And Flower Cup. There we go. Am I satisfied with a character select UI? Well, I mean, I pretty much just sort it by costume right out of the gate. But once I noticed the bottom bar of icons, in terms of just being able to see what page you're on, I didn't mind it so much. Rather than just having it, pop up by character or something. So... I mean, I know there are a couple of different ways to potentially redesign that. Like, for example, the way that the Shy Guy and Yoshi recolors in Mario Kart 8 just work by a submenu. But here you can kind of get a good look at the costumes right away without an extra click. And so there are certain advantages to that when you just want to see your selection at full scale. But definitely you can think about different ways that you could reorganize or add an additional sort option. Oh, you said earlier that Marvel Rivals added an auto chess mode, not an auto chess model. For some reason, I totally read your exclamation marks as an L or something. Yeah. Just to go back to that conversation earlier. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Maybe. Although, I'm not even sure how that would work in a game like Marvel Rivals. But again, I don't know it that well, so... But yeah, one came in. I also like doing things in order, but I usually skip to 150. I can't even remember the last time in a Mario Kart game that I bothered doing a 50 or 100 cup. Especially because, doing 150 just fills all the stars now. I'm missing every coin. But yeah, that's one of the things about mirror mode and Knockout Tour being a thing as well. That's something else that I feel like, I better get it done while the courses are not too familiar. Because there comes a point when you've played enough Mario Kart that mirror mode just becomes harder by virtue of your memory taking over on certain turns and fooling you. Now, this is kind of a straight 3-lap structure, so we'll go with it until we get blue shelled. It would have been useful to actually burn some shells. We used a mushroom in this stretch, but that's okay. One of the interesting things, too, about Knockout Tour is just how different the... Oh, I should have just... Yeah. Just how different the whole item strategy to it feels, even between Knockout Tour versus CPU and Knockout Tour versus a full room of 24. Simply because if you're playing against human players, obviously everybody's going to be packed together a lot more tightly. The catch-up opportunity is going to feel quite different. Whereas it seemed like playing 150 Knockout Tour against CPU was much more about just not letting the leader completely run away with it. Which is something that just, in my experience, does not happen in online multiplayer Knockout Tour. I noticed that we actually haven't gotten Kart unlocks in a while. I never kept track of whether we actually have the available cards because I'd never looked things up, but I think it stopped after about 3,000 coins or so, and we hit that really quickly. Especially with Knockout Tour, because you would have the golden shells going everywhere, so even in a single run of Knockout Tour, it would easily get over 100 coins. But yeah, I mean, I like having the 3-star marker and everything, but it's more of a cosmetic thing. Mario Kart hasn't really believed in that many skill-based unlocks for a while. 8 Deluxe, of course, came with everything unlocked because it was Deluxe and was a re-release anyway. Apart from, of course, the Gold Kart for, I think, 150cc time trials. And I think the coin count for unlocks went up to 10k or something. I'm not really sure. So maybe there's a much higher coin benchmark for another Kart unlock when we haven't seen it, but I haven't bothered looking it up. But yeah, it's been a long time since Mario Kart gated racers and karts behind accomplishments in the game in a very substantial way. So when you get 3-star cups, it's just more for the pleasure of having 3 stars on the file, which is fine. We're not about doing things for incentives and collectibles anyway. Okay, let's not blow it here. We better burn the mushroom here before we get too far down. Oh, that was a bad turn. Maybe we shouldn't have picked super low handling here. I think I just might have compromised this run. Let's try to get a double here and see if we can fix this. I don't know if we can. Red shell immediately. Okay, maybe. Just got a mushroom. We got it first. Good. And Mario, welcome. Descriptive as you're saying, you need to play this game and see how fast you can get a TTP. Okay, good. Gritoffy's rating me right in the middle of the end of race screen, which means I can actually properly punch in a shout out. And yeah, Gritoffy, I totally saw that you were doing a little bit of cleanup on the main game of 3D World. Hopefully that's going well before you put yourself into the Champions Road grinder. Yeah, we're doing Mirror Mode 3 stars today. We've just started, so we're just on the Flower Cup. So, yeah, like I've been saying, Mirror Mode is something I want to get out of the way before we actually really feel like we know the game. And while we still roughly feel like we're reading everything blind. Neosarius, you're saying Flower Cup is your least favorite to 3-star so far? Well, we'll find out. I mean, I don't know how much trouble I'll have with it, given that we've just started putting in our first attempt on it. I know that even in Standard 150, one of the later cups gave me a good bit of trouble. But, of course, we're a little bit more familiar with some of the peculiarities of Mario Kart World now when it comes to just getting into the habit of boosting and drifting properly. With the we're just standing way too close. Way too close. Okay. That's okay. I saw that coming too. I was thinking of going around, whoops, and then I realized absolutely no room. So yeah, Gratofi, I don't know if you've been running 3D World and Switch 2. I understand that there are actually some performance improvements that are perhaps more noticeable in the Bowser's Fury end. And I actually just kind of want to do another casual run through Bowser's Fury at some point, since I last played it when it launched, and it's kind of a nice little game to just sit through quickly. Of all the courses to start a Grand Prix with, Desert Hills, you're saying, is certainly a choice. Well, I mean, somebody's got to do it. But yeah, I guess you're starting with something where you do the standard lap structure before you really kind of get going with the intermediary courses and transitions. And I guess if you're going to do all 3 laps, that certainly is a choice. Well, let's try to get in close so I can blow her up a little bit. Should have maybe gone for some item turnover here instead, but there we go. Did I get her? Maybe. And then let's try to catch a good turn over here. How are we doing? Well, Wario's on his home turf, technically speaking, so better be somewhat successful. Okay, we've got some good distance here. There's a first. Yeah, Descriptivist, there is a free roam mirror mode. We haven't tried it yet. It's pretty clear from the cutscene how to get into it, but it's not something I've taken a look at. Again, you know, it's very much something that you just do for the flavor of it. Okay, one more. Let's see if we choke in the last race. King Proclaim, will I be watching the Bonanza Direct? I don't know, because I'm already interested in the game, and maybe it's more helpful to go in totally unspoiled. Which is what I did with Tears of the Kingdom, where there was basic stuff for everybody else that I found to be completely new when I played, and had to figure out from scratch. Yeah, because the thing about Bonanza is that, you know, at this point, I'm pretty clear I'll be playing it, so. And again, I find with Nintendo Directs that sometimes it's hard to stay away. And that, you know, likely you'll be spoiled by... Not spoiled, but basically, you know, you'll have other people chatter about it all around you for the next month anyway. Because if it's in the marketing, nobody really considers it a spoiler as such. It's more that in the past, since we were mentioning 3D World earlier in connection with Gratofi coming over here and bring the whole crew there, you'll remember that when 3D World was first promoted on the Wii U, because they were kind of desperate to get people to buy anything on the Wii U, they revealed way too much of it, including post-game unlocks, before the game even launched. Now, of course, it was still kind of staggering to play through 3D World and discover just the massive scope of just how much post-game there was, but... Oh, I actually managed to dodge that. I was thinking that I maybe triggered that too early, but... actually got to skip over that corner too. I think they've been better about it since. I remember somebody sort of mentioning that with Odyssey as well, a lot was shown off pre-release. I actually don't even remember if I watched a full direct for that or just went as far as the Jump Up Superstar trailer. But because again, it was another case where, wow, that was a terrible corner. Okay, this is lap 3. I think we blew it here, maybe. Let's see if we can get this double and get around. Okay. Got a little bit of defense at least. As long as we don't really blow one of these corners. So we go down to tower here. And then, oh, no, we completely blew it on the last corner. Okay, so much for Flower Cup. So much for Flower Cup. I got caught on the last corner. I don't know why I hit that rough pasture. I just didn't see it. I guess we're redoing it. Whoops. Okay, that was a joke. And yeah, Gratoffy, you're saying you got your Wii U a little bit later and you were surprised by the unlock. Yeah, because definitely the unlock was spoiled. The full scope of just how big the post-game was not spoiled, but definitely quite a lot was shown off prior to release, and so... Alright, I guess that happened. I guess we'll skip out of here and do it again. And yeah, Descriptive is, I don't know if Steve Gaming will do like a full direct analysis, although he did do a pretty big reaction video to the first Donkey Kong Bonanza trailer, so you never quite know. I think he's well past the point where he's going to, you know, make a whole video about how you can recreate Donkey Kong Bonanza in Mario Maker 1 or something, which is what Steve Gaming 6 or 7 years ago would have done. You feel like the finish line is too sudden there around a corner. I feel that way about a bunch of the finish lines, particularly in Knockout Tour, where... In Knockout Tour in particular, some of the finish lines totally caught me by surprise. I guess it's because you don't have that much visibility of it ahead of time. And you see, the thing is, with Knockout Tour especially, is that you see these huge colored circles over each of the major cutoff gates. And you see no such thing over the finish line, and it's actually really difficult to visualize where it is because you just have that tape in front of you, right? So I feel like the visibility on the finish lines is maybe not the best, but... So yeah, that was a massive oof. Let's change things up a bit. It's not like we've been grabbing costumes anyway. I've been trying to choose based on who still has stuff to unlock, but we actually never wind up picking up the food very much, so... let's just do something with Luigi. We haven't really given his mechanic costume much of a show here. And yeah, we'll just kind of have a mild balance in favor of speed. Just to keep things flexible. I feel like I went way too low into handling that time with the Wario setup, but at my own great peril. So... yeah, we're not, you know, really optimizing the stats or anything. We're like just picking this based on cosmetics, but let's go Bumblebee. Bumble 5. Have I been trying to go for the comic NPCs? Not very deliberately. I mean, just by playing the game, I guess. I feel like if I play the game, they'll just come. And that it's designed to do that. I haven't really even looked up unlocks, to be honest. I have a few costumes remaining. That is just a matter of getting the right characters at the right place, but I haven't really bothered looking things up. I mean, I mean to collect everything, it's just that I don't really feel an urgency to do it right now. I think we'll be playing enough of this game that I don't truly need to go out of my way to hunt down the last thing or whatever. It's almost better if I just, you know, play the game and not be too concerned about it. This drift is a little aggressive. I'm setup here. It's okay. Yeah, that last lap with Wario just now was kind of a disaster all around, but... Okay. Sure, let's just cross. And now we've set ourselves up to be hit by blue shells, which just happens. We'll try to gain a little bit of distance here. Anyway, let's keep going. And then there's Kamek for you, and we already have Nabbit, so... Moob. All over the place. If you get in first, you rewind always? Oh, because you don't want to get hit by blue? Yeah, I haven't really been doing the rewinds except for the P-switch missions, I think. P-switch missions, sometimes I want to practice one particular thing I missed, or maybe it's just easier to do it because we still have lots of time left on the timer for whatever task I'm trying. I haven't really been taking advantage of rewind in the races, so there are probably effective ways to use it that we just haven't bothered with. Okay, we got some distance. Do I think Nintendo, you're asking, will redesign how online place map selection works? Oh, to do what you can already do in the versus mode? Speaking of which, you can currently set up a 32 race, effectively all cup tour in the versus mode, which I think follows the 3-lap structure. We haven't even looked at that yet, to be honest. Or at the time trials. Actually, the main reason I have not looked at things like the time trials yet is because I want to do mirror mode first before we learn the levels properly, so. And again, that's just from past experience. I know that if I get too comfortable with feeling like we know the courses, then mirror mode just becomes an absolute pain. Cognitively speaking. Whoops. A little tight on that corner. That's okay, at least we'll get some decent itemization now, maybe. I don't know if there's any advantage whatsoever to just spamming tricks in the air. Probably not, given that nobody else does it, but... we see a good run of animations when we do it, so... whatever. Yeah, let's just spend this so I can find a good mushroom spot with the curves up ahead. Or, well, the straights, really, on this course, so... and then... there we go. Cover a little bit of distance here. Okay. I'll catch up on chat a little bit when I'm able to take my eyes off the road, but let's keep that shell for defense, and that worked out. We're on 2 out of 3. I've occasionally been jumping over too many things by doing the boost on the straights, but that's alright. Whoa. That was a bit ugly there. How are we doing? Actually, a decent amount ahead. We might get blue shelled or something, but... one thing I appreciated about Mario Kart 8 was that it gave you actually really quite good options to defend the lead. I don't know if we've had that same feeling with Tour just yet, but we're about to find out because we're right at the tape with Daisy closing in, and luckily we're just close enough to make it over. Have I driven through Daisy's Palace? I don't think I really have. I haven't explored this area too much in free roam. And yeah, so Gritofi said you can choose 3-lap maps and friend lobbies. Yeah, with the Versus. And again, you can kind of do it in a 32 course full cup tour. I was kind of disappointed that after the booster course pass in Mario Kart 8 that they didn't let you just set up in Versus mode a 96 course marathon. It was still capped at 48. Which I guess is Nintendo's subtle way to do what they used to do by, you know, telling you to take breaks every now and then. But it would have been nice to do a proper 96 race tour in Mario Kart 8 once everything was patched in. And yeah, Neo Serious, the thing about the intermissions and the overall structure of Mario Kart World is that, you know, they really do kind of want to sell the contiguity of the world in this game, and I feel like it's designed around an expectation that the 3-lap structure of Versus is there if you want it, but it kind of feels like it's not the way this game was meant to be played. That in some ways you're getting more out of this game by getting a sense of how the various cup structures kind of fit into what you're also experiencing in the open world. And various things like how the P-Switch challenges can occasionally show off certain shortcuts or other trick spots. These modes are kind of designed to play with each other in a way that is clearest when you kind of see everything connect contiguously. And in some ways, you know, Knockout Tour makes it even much clearer than Grand Prix, which still has the breaks in between, and which still makes the courses feel somewhat independent from each other. Okay, let's try to catch up a little bit here. Well, that solves the problem of what to do with my bananas. We're pretty low on coins right now. Not taking the bridge. We've occasionally had a few mishaps with trying to be too fancy with getting on a wire, and I should only take it if I'm actually clear on what I'm doing. Okay, 2 out of 3. I feel like we can probably smoke over one of these soon, but oh, that's maybe still a little too far. Better. We'll keep the bomb for defense since there's no friendly fire in it. And get a nice big moob if it gets hit. Nope. A little bit rough in that corner. Yeah, we've still got Daisy closing in pretty closely here. Whoa. Shouldn't have turned myself off of that mirror. Yeah, okay, this is a problem. That's okay, not at the end yet. Let's try to ram her. No. This is a problem. This is a big problem, actually. Because now I'm very dependent on how my acceleration is going to go. And that's a start over. Okay. Yeah, having that big momentum cut from the lightning at the end did not work out to our favor. So let's redo it. Just because of that last turn with Wario earlier, we're just going to be stuck here all night. Just watch. Descriptive as you're saying, speedrun.com isn't opening Mario Kart World leaderboards until June 26. Well, I mean, you know, the game internally has the sort of official time trial ranking globally anyway, right? But then you'd have to have like the video verification, don't you, for how people actually run speed record tracking? I wouldn't be surprised if... I know that sometimes, you know, they wait a bit for things to settle down after launch in case there is patching or anything, or if they just need to get like their internal policies with categories sorted out, depending on how an individual speedrunning community is running things. It's not really a scene I follow. I don't know much about Mario Kart speedrunning and how that's governed, so... Who else were we missing costumes for? Let's just switch over to... I think it's probably Peach. Or Toad, for that matter. Again, we haven't really been hitting the costume boxes anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't want to go too lightweight, though, with anybody in GP. But let's go Captain Toad. And let's try to get him something a bit on the speedier side. Stellar Sled I was quite impressed with when we ran with it previously. And yeah, no, serious, with some returning courses like Airship, you definitely feel it when you don't have the full 3-lap structure. And Gritoffy, you've got to get to bed. Yeah, good luck with Champions Road when you do get to it. We'll try to catch some of that. I did replay 3D World on Switch on stream a few years ago after having originally completed it co-op actually on the Wii U, but then doing everything solo on Switch with the speed increase led to Champions Road becoming a much bigger undertaking than I predicted. I thought it was so familiar with that course. And yet, it took a few sittings to do it with all 5 characters, so hopefully you fare a lot better than I did. I absolutely adore Champions Road, though. It's just absolute peak of the series for me in many ways. Didn't really mean to spam that banana, but that's okay. We'll take it. And oh, we're so out of position here. It's okay. And what's Kamek going to give me this time? More pokies, okay. The pokey ahead of us was already a pokey. I guess since I was desert themed, everybody is a camel. Oh, we actually should have just grabbed a coin and reloaded items here. New serious favorite costume so far? Yeah, I'm really fond of Wario's whole set, actually. The Pirate Wario has its own trick animations with his sword. I love the Aristocrat Boo, and for that matter, the Aristocrat Yoshi. We've been running with the Aviator Mario quite a bit, of course. It's very much the icon of this stream ever since I saw the costume back in Odyssey and fell in love with it then. Nice clear lead when we had a full complement of 20 coins here. I actually love Pro Racer Toadette as well, for the same reasons as Pro Racer Toad, that the helmet looks absolutely gorgeous on her. And Toad has effectively the same thing, just without the pigtails. I rather like the Mushroom Burger Toad as well, that's clever in its own way. Yeah, I don't know if Gritoffy kind of left and went to bed already, but the time that I ran Champions Road with all 5 on stream, Toad was surprisingly the easiest one to run with. I had the quickest experience with Toad. And you wouldn't think that because it's the other characters, like the princesses especially, that have those extra crutches in their 3D World moveset, right? But for some reason, when I ran it as Toad, it just went really smoothly. And I ran it first as Mario, and Mario, of course, is kind of the hardest to work with in Champions Road, since he doesn't have anything assisting him out of the box. But and also because if you're kind of diving back into Champions Road after many years off, the first character is going to be your hardest regardless, while you get all the timings down again. Pokies galore. Let's just smash this so we can just grab the blocks and not worry about them. Okay. Let's just try to get something good. Bullets galore. Oh, so much for my shell. Whoops. Okay, on 3 out of 3 though, so let's watch out and be careful here. I've always kind of had trouble with Shy Guy Bazaar in all of his incarnations. In this segment specifically. But look at all the wire jumping from the NPCs as well. Oh, nope. Just the items completely. That's not a good spot for that to happen. Definitely the artwork change makes this course feel so new, though, despite some of the familiarity of layouts like the market segment itself. Oh, of course. Okay, that's when. Except, yeah, okay, she doesn't have defense. Okay, that was actually a very convenient shell. Glad we drew the red shell there. Because seeing the coin as the first item there was maybe not helpful in that specific moment. Yeah, we've had some interesting last-minute snipes. The first time running 150 Mushroom, actually, on my very first stream of this game, we intentionally sniped exactly the right character to finish the cup on a 3-way tie. Right at the tape. And of course, you know, if it's a 3-way tie, we're definitely not collecting very many stars off of that, but it was still a pretty fortunate way to wrap that one up. I feel like for multiplayer Knockout Tour, from what I've played of it, we've finished first on it once and then second a few times, but I found that when you're in the final 4, you really need items to bounce the right way for you. So the one time I won in Knockout Tour multiplayer, for instance, I went from 4th to 1st last minute because we just had a very convenient combination of star and blue shell. At the very end, it just let me pull away from the whole pack. And sometimes you get that, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you just, you know, hang around in 3rd or 4th and nothing's going to help you. But it's kind of interesting to see how the item balance works out in Knockout Tour too. Very often, especially in online multiplayer, make the final 4 very competitive. In single player, sometimes you might have lost by then, depending on how far ahead first place is, but the feeling of getting the golden mushroom in 4th place, you know, is something that can turn a few races. Okay. 2 out of 3. You can still kind of see whoever's trailing us just the horizon here, so let's not get too complacent. We're able to keep the blue shell defense though, then we're in a pretty decent position. Let's not accidentally jump over any of these boosts, which is something I've been doing far too often in this game. How are we doing? Okay. Got a good bit of distance, actually. This has been smooth so far, but we'll see how well that holds up. Yeah, so new series, you're saying you're mostly focusing on 3-starring Grand Prix entirely. That's what we're doing today. And doing completions for Knockout Tour. Yeah, we got golds in 150 for Knockout Tour, but 3-star, again, is a long-term project that I don't expect to happen soon. Particularly with Knockout Tour Mirror being its own separate thing. That's going to be extra confusing if we're playing anything else in this game at all currently. Yeah, I love how with the tricks, like you were saying with Peach and Waluigi, the thing about the tricks is that so many of them are costume specific as well. That you have lots of tricks that are kind of buried in the costume selection. I've spent a lot of time into photo mode in this game. I've done about a dozen hours of free roam in this game just doing photo mode before we even touched the P-switch. So. And a lot of that has been just, you know, finding a lot of different things like trick animations and setting them up in interesting places. We actually do have a screenshot gallery going on in our channel's Discord, which I'm totally unable to type in while I'm racing. But for those interested, it is an ! Discord, and of course I invite anybody to partake. But yeah, I've also been getting a lot more use out of the photo sync on the app than I expected. Back in Switch 1, I would just, periodically offload all of my screenshots over the micro SD card and just dump them onto PC. Because the whole QR code thing they had going on for exporting photos otherwise was just much too inconvenient. Okay, very thankful to the bullets for taking out all the shells at once. Okay, we'll take it. Because that way they don't bounce back on us. This was the Rocky Wrench segment that gave us such grief in that previous attempt with Wario. How are we doing? And not that much of a distance ahead, even with 20 coins here, so let's stay on our toes. Hopefully not get blue shelled. Grab another line of defense here. Okay, red shell, we'll take it. We'll trail this one as well. And there we go, there's Flower Cup. But yeah, new series, if you've been using photo mode quite a bit, I'd love to see any creations that you want to share. Before I was ever a streamer, I think I just mostly did a lot of photo mode in games like Odyssey. That was kind of my main activity in games that provided well for it. I actually never put as much time into that in Smash as I should have, given how robust the photo features were there with the gallery. But I guess with Smash, you're just kind of, setting up your piece yourself, which feels a little bit different from just trying to capture an opportune screenshot during gameplay like we do in this game or like in Odyssey. That is, of course, something we're looking forward to with Donkey Kong Bonanza. Because even before they showed it off on stream in the Treehouse demo, I was thinking, this is so obviously by the Odyssey team, and you've got all this expressivity to the characters. Clearly, Donkey Kong is going to get us a photo mode, and it is. So I expect that will preoccupy us in a month's time. Let's move on. So this worked out well here, Toad on the sled. And yeah, let's just see. Like I said, it's not like we've been picking up any costumes, we've just been rotating characters anyway. Let's go with Peach. And where's Peach here? I'm trying to remember what we have or haven't shown off on stream. Love a lot of these costumes, of course. I don't remember if we've really had much time with her aviator get up, but we'll try something like that. And let's go with Mecha Trike, one of my favorites. And Star Cup, DK Pass, Starview Peak, Sky High Sunday, and Wario Shipyard. Actually, with all the ice in these courses, I know there's a bunch of hidden stats with both characters and parts and such that we haven't bothered looking at, but probably the sleds give you an advantage on ice or something. We don't care, let's just run a race. Which cups do I feel are the worst to restart? I don't know yet, because, again, with 150... We didn't do any 3 stars in 150. We're just doing 3 stars today. I know that this one that I got 2 star in Lightning Cup, it took me a long time just to get gold on it. And this was one where I flubbed the last turn when I was doing it in 150. I kind of had it in the bag and then I missed the last turn. And so, given how much work it took me to get gold in this one, maybe we just didn't pick a very good card for it. But this is the one that I'm maybe slightly dreading, because we had issues with it just in standard 150. But you never know. I mean, with changes in cards, changes in our own ability, things could shake out quite differently today. I would say my favorite one to run so far is Leaf Cup. I feel like Leaf Cup was really the highlight of the Grand Prix experience in terms of just the quality of it continuously from track to track. And definitely the kind of originality of the whole cup together and the way it was very much designed for Mario Kart World is something that shines through. And it's true of some of the remake courses elsewhere as well, of course, but I think with the Leaf Cup, it was just end-to-end fresh in a way that was very memorable. But in terms of what's actually difficult to 3-star, I don't think we have good reading on that at all, because going for gold in 150 was not that much work, except for Lightning. But yeah, I will just do it in order. You leave Banana Cup for last because it has Koopa Troopa Beach. I mean, what's the issue with Koopa Troopa Beach? Maybe there's something with the 3-starring there that I'm not remembering, but I guess we'll deal with it when we see it. Oh, oops, should have drifted in this bit. That's okay. Items will save us this early in the race. By save us, I mean give us a couple of coins. Okay, let's get over here. Try to recover our position a little bit. We're in 14 coins already. Was more than expected. But yeah, I feel like I know so little about this game still, even after a significant number of hours, that actually the mirroring in mirror mode isn't throwing me off at all. Which is ideal. This is how we want to play mirror mode, and that's why we're doing it so soon. Okay, let's do it this way. And we'll just leave our line of defense up here until a blue shell comes in. Let's just dump everything. Dump the cargo. Yeah, we should probably hit some of those rails from time to time, but we don't have it mapped out yet, which shortcuts are best to take or anything, so... Okay, luckily just a steel and a green shell. I like how this Mecha Trek has been drifting. We saw a lot of success when I was doing Knockout Tour with running Pauline in the Mecha Trek, and I think statistically Peach is in a bit of a similar place. This is a bad spot to go down suddenly, but let's see. We do have the item blocks here, so hopefully we get a decent draw on this. I feel like we just made a disaster out of this. Okay, never mind. Yeah, right at the tape. Look at this. Alright, guess we're starting over. Oh, okay. Koopa Troopa Beach is your favorite, so you leave it for last. Yeah, musically especially, right? With the Koopa Beach theme that has been here since the Super Nintendo. And you like leaving the easiest ones for last, which is understandable. Yeah, I've really been satisfied with the sheer breadth of single-player content in this game. Because I find that with most games, you know, online multiplayer only lasts for me for a while because I don't particularly care about the point grind. I just want to get to a point where we get good races at good speeds. And if a game is too excessively multiplayer focused, I'm likely to fall off when I get distracted by other things. But here, there's so much to chew on in single. Okay, we only got one racing with Peach. Let's give her another try. Instead of constantly swapping around. Yeah, Joseph, driving the deep snow will make the 3-star much less likely as well. Yeah, we were... It was one of those situations where I got double item block. I hadn't seen it finish rolling yet, and I was just kind of depending on trying to get a mushroom out of one of those, and of course we didn't. I saw at that point that I basically had to cut that corner with a mushroom at the end, and I couldn't wait to see what items we had to set that up. I basically just had to go for it and hope RNG worked out, which it didn't. So... But yeah, the photo mode, especially in this game, has been a real treat. And of course, you know, getting to grab P-switches on the way in the open world is a bonus. There's lots of content. Of the sort that we hadn't really seen since driving backwards through all of DK Pass on the Nintendo DS. Which is still my primary association with this location. That it was the full course backwards challenge on a DS, if I recall. Unless I'm confusing it with something else. But yeah, it's a very important function for some video game in your library to have, that it can just be something that you can dip into to hang out when you don't feel like playing anything else. And have no objective in mind whatsoever, and you just want to fool around. And with a nice open structure where you're not really even going for objectives necessarily, you're just appreciating the world and setting up good photos when you find them. That fills that need, I think, in a way that we want to see. Oh, didn't manage to block with a hammer there. That's too bad. That's okay, maybe we'll get a good item in fourth. Yeah, too bad the blue shell was tracking me there. Oh, way too much momentum on that. I should have saved it for defense. Oh well. The feather's pretty good for shell defense. I find that in terms of actually driving effectively with it, we don't really know the trick spots for it, so I tend to burn it from the inventory nice and early. Okay, sure that we'll hit something here. Unless we want to save this defensively. I think we should probably, yeah, good quality. Save that one perhaps. Oh, okay, 1 out of 2. Could have been worse. Blue shell, yeah, let's get out of range. And we'll take it. I wonder if I should drop that banana. Yeah, we should have saved it for defense, which works out there. There we go, there's the mushroom on this corner. Not taking chances. No, not blocking the blue shell with a hammer. I was trying to block the other racer with a hammer. I was trying to keep the King Boo passing me from going too far forward. So the thing is, with the blue shell, you know, it makes you drop so many of your offensive items anyway. So I usually just kind of spam things out when I'm about to get hit and try to cause a bit of trouble. But I haven't really been able to use the hammer very effectively yet. I find that the hammers, instead of actually hitting anybody directly, they kind of block someone in front of you at short range, and that's really the only effectiveness I've managed to squeeze out of it so far. We just don't know how to use it well yet. I do enjoy online Knockout Tour in this game, I will say. I mean, some of it is luck of the draw, where if the items don't bounce the right way, you just don't even finish over the 20 tape. But it feels very different from single-player Knockout in terms of how tightly packed everybody is and the item strategy and the overall flow. And so it's really quite satisfying to feel the crowd thin out because the whole nature of the race changes, and it's something that we haven't really seen from Mario Kart before. In general, I like long, continuous levels, which is probably why I also like Champions Road. Okay. And then we'll just try to take the straightaway here. We'll just leave the red shell for the time being. I mean, I guess it's not defending us while we're spinning yet, but well, let's just go with what we have. Not very many coins to work with here, though. Oh, whoops. Didn't want to jump over that coin. That's okay. Of course, we could have gotten on the rail here if we want to ease up on the steering, but we'll just keep going. Roll some items forward. We get blue shell. Now, we are on the third lap, so let's be careful here and try not to make too many mistakes catching up. A little concerned about this. But we go for the double. And then skate well on the ice. Horn might not be the best here unless we can really get in close. Let's actually just dump the horn. I want to... First of all... Oh! That was bad. Okay, we blew it. I was trying to wipe the ink with the mushroom, and then I just aimed poorly at it. Yeah, we blew it. Okay. Well, so much for that. I guess we're restarting. It's funny because that would have done it too. Except we're actually still... We're actually just about in range even after being picked up by the Lakitu there. But, oh well. Let's restart. That's okay. That was still just a second race. Yeah, the mushroom actually would have done wonders there if we hadn't just, you know, aimed too far to the left. Like if we hit the rail or something. It's one of the few times that the blooper ink has legitimately caused trouble. Because I usually have no issues just dealing with it, but I think we had a bit of a panic move there, so. They've never done a retry button for an entire cup, I think. But yeah, I guess you would page through more of the menu than usual getting back there. Let's switch that up a little bit. I don't even remember what I'm missing. I guess we have Koopa Troopa, Rosalina. You know what? Let's go with Rosalina for this one. I haven't really shown off her Aurora dress at all yet, actually, on stream. We'll pick something somewhat balanced. Again, we're not optimizing for stats at all. We're just finding something that leans a bit towards speed and trying to go with that. Yeah, because if you're restarting cups, the only time you're doing it is if you're going for 3 stars, which I guess is kind of the meat and potatoes of Grand Prix anyway. For Knockout Tour, you can just do a straight retry, I think, because it's just one race. I believe there is just a restart button, but I might be wrong. In spite of the fact that I did a fair bit of Knockout Tour restarts when we ran everything last week. Oh, let's not topple over here. Okay, here we go. That was not wise. Okay. And we'll just zip over. Oh, blue shell will luckily not target me. I should have gone for the coins, actually, but no. Yeah, we'll just leave the bomb for defense. For the time being. Actually hit some coins for once. And yeah, we've got a decent amount of distance. Still vulnerable, of course, but... Oh, no. Why did I think I was holding the coin? Okay, that's fine. We'll just double up on something nicer. And as expected. And okay, we didn't actually have as much of a lead as I hoped, but that's what blue shells do. He's got a mushroom, we've got to watch out for that. In any of the relevant corners. Let's just grab something of our own. Because luckily, if he's dragging mushroom, he's not dragging anything offensive that's going to knock us down right here. Let's have a nice clean finish around this corner. Okay. Mang, welcome. Thank you for the GG. We've had a few attempts on this cup already because we're going for 3 stars today. A couple of critical mistakes, but you know, it'll come together eventually, I'm sure. Would have loved Mariachi Waluigi there. It's one of those costumes where the mustache makes the man. Actually cut straight through the banana there. Okay. That's fine, we'll catch up. Still early stages yet. But you never know with these interstitial courses where you just have long straightaways sometimes. Yeah, of course we'll go for blue there. Why did I ram into that? Okay. That's fine. Hopefully some decent items here down in 7th. It's a pretty tight pack ahead of us, so... Of course we'll drop everything. Oh, we're at 0 coins no matter. We've been getting hit by everything. We didn't manage to pick up anything in that cluster either. That's okay. I'm worried about the coin count, but that's going to sort itself out, I think, once we get some items going, and... Well, let's just go on this side. And then bring some items when we can, just to close up a little bit here. On lap 3, where we're way further behind than I'd like to be. Noob. Yeah, we're not as close as I'd like to be. Oh well. Let's see about this bend here. This is where we ran into trouble previously. And this is not a good set of items for long range. That did not work out well at all, actually. So that may be another reset coming in just a moment here, depending on how this bit goes. Bombs, nope. Again, just a really rough set of item draws at the end here. Let's just try to boost through this stuff and totally miss it. Yeah, that's not gonna go. Yeah, because we were just picking up all the short range items at the very end. It just didn't work out. Let's stay with Rosie for the time being instead of just constantly swapping, since we didn't get that far in. Yeah, the Aurora dress is quite nice. And yes, Meng, they did in fact have mirror mode for the entire open world. I haven't tried it out yet, but it's pretty clear how to do it. Yeah, I'm still missing one costume in Rosalina. I haven't looked up what it is, but I hadn't really shown off this dress on stream yet, and it is appropriately regal. Let's just stick with this for the moment. I'm trying to remember where that one gets unlocked. It might be the one that's unlocked with the class of snacks that is the popcorn, like the popcorn at the cinema. I got a whole bunch of costumes off of that just because I hadn't really explored that corner until pretty late. So I think, you know, Vampire Waluigi, or Wampire as it were, is over there, and then Aristocrat Boo is over there, and some of the ones that we picked up. I think the Aurora dress might be in that set, but I'm not really sure. Sometimes you can just, in the open world, you know, grab a snack that you know you're missing for a whole bunch of characters. And just grab a bunch at once. Like, you know, all the ones who have a sailor outfit or explorer outfit, they can just come together as a set. So that's what we were doing sometimes, is that we just pick something up and we just try it out on various missing characters to see what group or cluster it's in. And if it's a costume archetype or theme that we've seen already, then we know it's likely to be a duplicate. We don't need to bother. Okay. Oh, alright, I guess that somewhat worked. Heeb, as the horn goes in mirror mode. Actually, it's pretty entertaining to see the reverse text. Attempting to jump that explosion did not actually work out. Too much momentum on the curve. Jumping as something like red shell defense is actually great when you pull it off. You have to visualize the timing pretty well for that, but it is very satisfying. Let's just draw something out of the banana so we have something a little more usable at long range, maybe? Nope, that's still short range. Okay, we're getting close. Bomb will just work as defense. We'll just leave it for a moment until red shell makes contact. And, oh, nope. Just trying to spam the hammer away so we could actually get something else to defend, but that's okay. Cool. Trying to catch up. And then, yeah, once again. That's too close. That's too close. I tried to go around that. That did not work. We were in exactly the wrong spot to take advantage of that. Okay, red shell here, triple red shell is actually not bad at all. That could work out well, as long as nobody has a mushroom for this corner. Alright, are we good? We're good. What a victory dance in that costume as well. Rosalina matches this cup thematically very well. And so I think she's been a good pick for this, just for the backdrop. Also, I love the way that sand and snow actually persists on your vehicles in this game. You can see the snow tires and the characters when they drive through anything deep. Not just when they get iced by the ice flower, but, you know, even if you just have wheels make contact with snow, the snow stays for quite a bit. Oh. Okay, let's try to double up here before we straggle too far behind. Everything up to first is still visible for us here, so maybe not too concerned, but move. And then we'll just use everything since we're on the straightaway. Yeah, you actually don't get too many opportunities to stack up coins early in this course here, by the looks of it. We're in a much better situation than we were last time we got here. Sort of interesting to have the rails on a lot of these outside curves where, you know, they save you some of the steering, but then I think they actually do sacrifice a little from speed just because of the distance you're covering. I haven't mapped that out yet. This is just theorizing, but... Again, there's a great deal of flexibility to what you can do with this game when it comes to using rails effectively. Now, we've got good distance on Peepa here, but we're still vulnerable to something like Blue Shell, I think, if we get whacked by that, so... We're not quite out of the woods yet. Or off the ice, for that matter. Okay, let's try not to miss everything here. But yeah, we got a good amount of distance. I didn't fall off this time. And we'll try to proceed. Sky High Sunday. Look at the constellations in this canopy here, too. I guess we passed it already because we're out of that initial shelter, but... I guess that's the thing about running a race in this game. You see all these things that you want to come back to in photo mode later when you get a chance to explore everything properly. I didn't give myself nearly enough distance on that. That was really chosen. Okay. Rather, I cut that corner way too far out of position. Oh. Yeah. Again, I probably should keep the feathers for self-defense every now and then, but I find that sometimes I just want to draw something a little more immediately usable. And you can get on top of the rail on the right if you want to grab some coins. which I've only noticed now. Which might help because we're on 0 coins right now. And I'm very conscious of that. Okay. I'll just go for the start. We'll see what this is. I actually don't remember if the ice cream just stays on this costume. It might. Yeah, it does. Yeah, so the ice cream also gives us a costume that's... Oh, Rosalina's winter equivalent. Or soft serve equivalent. Okay. A little bit behind here. I just try to draw something a bit more offensive. Which I did not mean banana. Oh, losing a bit too much speed here. Some of these curves, let's catch the boo. Quick as we can, we're too far behind. Ah, it does a restart right there. I did get caught up on a little patch there that it wasn't quite working to see near the end of that. So yeah, that's a restart. Let's rotate out. We haven't really reached the 4th course in this one yet, so Star Cut might take a little more effort here. But yeah, who would we like to work with next? I haven't really been picking the babies at all because I find that the low top speed is just too much of a liability. We can go with Toadette maybe. We're missing something with her and I don't know what, but we'll figure it out. We already have the soft serve, of course, for that. Let's go with the Pro Racer again. I was talking up how much we loved this costume earlier on. Look at how perfectly balanced this is, statistically. Toadette and the Bulldozer. I'd like to get a little more speed out of her if we can, but... Let's go Lobster. Yeah, that was not a great last lap for us at all. That was a bit rough. Kind of interesting to hear that Sky High Sunday music from the last game, and I guess originally from Tour. A pickup on the last lap, though. The thing about not having a 3-lap structure is occasionally you see some of the musical transitions in the Grand Prix kick in a little bit differently. Because the soundtrack experience is obviously going to be a little bit different here than when you're just cruising the open world, so... We're still kind of getting acclimatized to that. After a little while with Mario Kart, most notably with, you know, the Dolphin Shoals moment back in Mario Kart 8, you start identifying locations with certain musical cues. And even without the lap structure, in some courses like Mount Wario in the last game, there were some places like that as well. Okay. Oh. Not so good. I'm always so hesitant to use the horn when we're just off of first place and might plausibly just race our way there. Like right now. Oh, too early. Oh, no, not too early. We had the, well, we had the banana as a second line of defense, so. Didn't quite work out as well as it should have, though. And we'll regret it when we pull into first and get blue shelled. Let's just pull something a little better here. There we go, that worked out. Still in lap 2 though, still got quite a bit of ground to cover. Oh, too much snow. Snow and lobsters apparently don't mix that well. And yeah, we're gonna be whacked by everything. We still are early in the lap though. Maybe we'll have a good opportunity as long as we don't get bumped by absolutely everything coming up from behind. And as long as we don't just pick up short range bombs and hammers the whole way through, which has killed one of the earlier runs. Ooh, that was a rough turn. Speaking of hammers. Actually, we caught her with that. Surprisingly. Except we're going to be in trouble in this corner. Yeah, we're going to lose on this corner. Probably, unless we get a really solid boost here. Oh, got a bit of shell defense over the line, and nope, we're not. Look at that. I guess it was a triple shell, so... You know. I was hoping to just roll over the line there with the shell at the end, but I think Toadette deserves another chance. And yeah, 06i Sky High Sunday, especially with the new rail gameplay that really makes it work. Is in pretty good shape now. Really pops with color. Yeah, man, we've been Mario Karted quite a bit, which is what happens when you play Mario Kart. Coincidentally. So yeah, we haven't even gotten to race 4 in this cup yet. It's okay, just hitting a rough patch with it. We'll sort it out. I don't expect to get through all 8 cups today by any means. I thought that would probably take 2 or 3 sessions to do this, but at least the first 2 cups fell relatively quickly. Okay, here, that's good. Yeah, that's the effective range of the hammer. That is basically how close you want to be to actually catch things. So, actually landing hits with the hammer is nice. That's an improvement on what we were doing previously. Kind of traumatized by triple green shells in that location now. Okay, do we have someone new? No, just Pianta. I don't even know who I'm missing. Hey, there's Moob Moob. As we call him in mirror mode. Must be because Mang showed up on the stream here, and then suddenly the Boom Booms come out to play. Let's just dump this and turn over some more items here. Well, at least there was that other bomb, but that didn't help us for long. It's okay, we're still pretty close in. It would be nice to pull ahead with more of a lead in this lap, but yeah, and bananas are not going to be the most effective here unless we really get in close to try to collide, and look at that, we actually did manage. Only to lose all the bananas for defense. Oh, getting a little too fancy there, trying to dodge the banana drop. Okay, this is the last turn, so we have to get a mushroom. That's great, actually. We use it effectively. sure that we're going to make it over. Good. Okay. I only just noticed that moose. We have to keep that in mind for later, for photo mode, that there's a moose here. I don't think I'd actually paid attention to that moose before. We've seen some of the other wildlife elsewhere on the map, but we haven't really explored this location that much. Note to self, return for the moose. Okay, let's just drop the bananas and try to get something a little more forward-facing, perhaps. I know there's a corner we want to save the mushroom for, or maybe not. Actually, yeah, let's just boost with it so we can grab something more effective than the hammer. Love the wings on the lobster when it's in flight mode, actually. Normally don't see wings on your lobsters, so that's kind of especially nice to see. Oops, so much for the bomb just knocking a banana out. We should have actually just dumped the horn there. That's okay. Cool. We're getting close. This is lap 3, though. We don't have too many opportunities to do this. Skirting the edge right here. Maybe that's too much distance, though. We got past here for third. Yeah, no, we really needed to change items here. So let's try to get in a little closer, maybe. Closer. Yeah, let's just drop it. I need something a little better for... Whoa, okay, that was a bad turn. The items have really not worked in our favor here, but let's try to get a good boost on the last area. Blue shell is great. Blue shell is fantastic. As long as we don't get caught at the very last second. That was living a bit dangerously there. I was trying to fly around a blue shell and we got caught with it anyway, and that could have gone quite badly. Interesting, the one thing we've noticed in this game is that you can actually do footstool jumps off of other racers. You can land on top of them and trick off of them if you get that collision right. It's difficult to do intentionally, but it has happened. Anyway, let's not squander that very lucky break. That's the starry canopy over this entry section that I was talking about. Maybe we'll come back there as well for some screenshots when we hunt for that moose. I guess we'll just ram somebody on this curve. Maybe. Not quite. Okay, all the bananas have been peeled off by now, so let's see what else we have. Again, haven't really gotten much effective use out of the feather in a racing situation yet, but I guess there are certain curves that we can jump over. Like maybe this one. Let's try it. I find that I get a little too much forward momentum off of the feather, though, when I try to actually use it for movement rather than defense. However, we can round this curve here, and oh, should have used it for the next one, actually. Not that effective. Yeah, Yeah, bombs are so short range too. And, oh, we're going to lose everything. And look at that ghost Wario here, just happily sailing away from all that. We know we've already got the soft serve costume on her, so we'll just skip the ice cream. And finally, got something going on here with coins. Okay, let's not miss. There we go. Can we get on the rail? Yeah. I really need to, I think, dump the horn so we can get a mushroom going in. Oh, I missed it completely too. Okay, let's try to get a double here and see if that solves our problems. Nope. Nope, we're too far back. We're too far back. We should have dumped the horn a little bit earlier. I didn't manage to get the item pickup coming out of that one. So that didn't go too well. Okay, so Star Cup has been the obstacle so far. No, we hadn't picked up too much with Koopa Troop. Against, it's a lot of the kind of lightweight characters that we haven't seen as much out of. You know what, let's go Dread Sled on him. Just to see how it goes. A bit lower on the top speed than we've been doing, but I was saying something about sleds potentially being effective on ice in some hidden way. That seems to make sense for logic in this game, so let's try it again. But yeah, we'll see how many cups we get through today. Some of them might go well, some of them might get us into trouble. But again, we haven't even seen Wario's Shipyard Mirror yet. That's the ending here, so. Again, with the feather, we'll have to figure out a spot for it. We just don't know the shortcuts yet, so it's just try to drift well and let things sort themselves out. Maybe try to pull in the first if we can, but if not, we'll just... Oh, everybody had the same idea? Okay. And you know what? We're not first for the blue shell anyway, so we don't care. There's Moob. And we'll just leave the banana for defense for the moment, since we hear some shelling in the back. Been drifting too late in that corner. There's been a consistent issue for us here. Blue shell, let's just let it hit. Stay away. And that didn't go too well, but maybe she'll get close to a banana here. Okay, that works too. Yeah, the drifting of this vehicle has actually felt pretty good, so... Okay, this is the corner that we always bump around a little too late on. Let's be cautious, and let's just grab... Oh, I shouldn't have dumped it now. Can I just jump that shell? Oh, blue shell. Okay, that's not good. Not in this timing or location. With Rosalina bearing down on us from behind. And yeah, well, that's it for that attempt. Even with everybody being bombed at the end. Okay. Koopa Troopa looking way too happy there for someone who, first of all, only placed in 4th and 2nd, is about to be re-entered into the competition. And yep, as Mang was saying, textbook Mario Karted. Bigger textbook than usual. So yeah, Star Cup looks like it's going to take some work. We'll see. I was kind of optimistic about our progress today because Mushroom just fell on the first attempt, and then Flower took a little more work, but wasn't too bad. But then we've had a couple of rough patches here in Star Cup for sure. This game really likes to put its finish lines around a bend, too, in many cases. I mean, I guess it's because it gives you that last-minute catch-up opportunity. But that's why visually they surprise us sometimes, especially in Knockout Tour. But it's been true of a few of the finish lines here, that the visibility sometimes is a bit occluded. I mean, you can kind of see it peek out in the bottom left here as you round a bend, but... I guess we'll just... I just want to get rid of the hammer so we can pick up something nice. Just let the blue shell go around us. Oh, let's just drop the horn now. I mean, I'll regret it when we have a blue shell coming, but... I feel like we need to build a bit more of a lead. And we'll turn that corner around the red shell, which is good. Watch this corner a little better than we have before. Okay, still on 2 out of 3, and still lots of ground to cover. Again, I don't know if any of these rail rides really help too much speed-wise if you're already ahead, but because right now we're getting some pretty good drifts on the inside of the track. You don't want to mess with that too much. But Daisy's behind me pretty close here, as far as the map is concerned, so if she draws a mushroom at the end, this is going to work out, or a triple shell for that matter, but we will win it. Okay, through the tunnel. Actually, I haven't played too much with... Whether you get much of a drift when tailing somebody in this game. I haven't noticed as much of an effect as in some previous games, so... There are a lot of mechanical nuances to this that we just haven't picked up on yet. Ah, let's just wander. Just shortcut over to snow there. Whatever that's worth. And yeah, there are actually some decent coin paths here. We just haven't taken them before. Let's try to get a straight boost here. Drift away up from that point. Yeah, we're not as far ahead as I'd like to be. That's still unfortunate for the time being, so everything's going to conveniently miss me. Let's take the inside track this time. I feel like we've been burning too much time going for the boost on the top rung there. Okay, this is a bit of a cleaner position than we're usually in at this point in the track, but obviously there's a good bit of blue shell risk that still exists. We don't have a contingency for it, at least not now. How are we doing? Decent. Alright, back to Sky High Sunday. Let's see how we're going to be Mario Karted this time. Sure, let's... Because, that was a little too far along, but that's okay, we managed to boost out of that. Missing all the coins. Hit something here. All those penguins showing us how it's done. Yeah, so there is a rail that's possible here on either side. We just haven't really been able to catch that effectively. Oh, why did I think that was a red shell? I totally misread that. Okay, that's fine. We'll draw some better items. Just try to get a good shot in here. Good. You know what? Let's just grab something else here so we can switch to a stationary shell at the back. And yeah, doesn't playing mirror mode in this game just make your heart go moob? Oh, there's a little MKTV station at the crowd on the right side there. We're actually going to get a clean finish this time, maybe. Let's not get too fancy with Mary here, but looking at the minimap, we actually have some good distance. Alright, so finally we're actually going to have an attempt at Warrior's Shipyard, and we'll see how that goes. 1K man, you're going to move to bed. Yeah, we're going to be moving here all night. By the looks of it. Descriptive as you're saying, move, move, move. I want to go move, move together in my rube. I don't know if that's supposed to be to a particular tune. But if it is, I don't think I can quite place it. But yeah, I have a good time getting to your bed rube. 1K man. Let's see how the last race here goes. Or if we're going to be stuck on Star Cup all day. Oh, Venga Boys. Okay, yeah. That's one of those things where, you know, like I've heard of what you're talking about. That particular song, but I can't quite place it. My knowledge of popular music drops off a cliff sometime past the late 60s. But anyway. This does kind of resemble the original Vanilla Lake, at least with all those Super Mario Kart style boundaries there. In fact, yeah, when we've seen a lot of the retro course layouts that are just in the open world, notably the Ghost Valley area outside of Boost Cinema, and of course the entirety of the Mario Circuit area, which is amalgamated from the original Mario Circuits, you actually do get P-Switch challenges where you do a 3-lap race over the original Super Nintendo layout, more or less. Koopa Beach has that too, in fact. And so I wonder if there's something like that with Vanilla Lake here. I haven't looked at it closely yet, so it's worth checking for a P-Switch challenge that would do exactly that. But yeah, it was really satisfying to do the P-Switch challenge over courses like Ghost Valley and hit some of the original shortcuts too, you know, because those were always short courses that were, I think, a much better scale for something like a P-Switch challenge than something like a modern 3-lap remake. And yeah, because there have only been a small selection of the Super Nintendo courses that can really sustain something like a full remake just by themselves, like with Donut Plains in Mario Kart 8, the Special Cup Donut Plains. Oops. Okay, finally got some hits with the hammer. I should have kept that up. Are we being targeted for the blue? Yes, we are, unfortunately. And we'll drop all the red shells, which I should have dumped there. But we're on lap 3 out of 3. We better pick it up. Because I feel like this is one of those where, yeah, the exit tape's just going to catch us at the very end. Alright, that's a restart. We really needed to dump those red shells when I saw the blue shell coming. I wasn't sure if we were registered as first by the blue shell because we were kind of in the middle of passing at the time that it came in. I guess we're redoing the Star Cup. Again. Descriptivist, you're saying someone said there are 394 P-switches? How are you supposed to collect everything? Wait until they patch in better map tracking features is probably the answer. Let's switch to somebody else here. Koopa Troopa had his chance. So, who else are we kind of missing costumes for? Yeah, again, I'm reluctant to go with some of the baby characters. We can go Junior, maybe. Yeah, because going too lightweight, I find, just doesn't work out. I mean, maybe that's truer of Knockout Tour than it is of GP. I know for some of the time trials, from looking over some of the records that are already in-game, there are a few where going lightweight and going very high handling on high drift actually is the meta, but we don't know that stuff, so Let's go with Explorer Junior here. And look at that, another raid coming in from the Gaming Sage. Good time for us to acknowledge you and give you a proper shout out. So you're back to more Ace Attorney, and I hope that's been going well. And perhaps better than my Star Cup Mirror Mode grind that's been preoccupying us for the last hour or more. Let's go Explorer Junior with the Bighorn. I rather like the look of that. Yeah, we're going 3 stars in the Cups, and Star Cup, we were just 1 turn away from getting it just now, which is just what Mario Kart does to you. And yeah, I've been enjoying this a lot. But we've definitely hit a bit of a snag here trying to 3-star Star Cup Mirror. I mean, that was the first time that we even got to the 4th course here, and we had a bit of a disaster going into the last turn. Look at how his Explorer shell, look at Junior, and his Explorer shell is covered with Scout badges. I hadn't noticed that about him before, actually. I don't think we'd really played with the Explorer costume much, but he's got all of his Scout merit badges going there for, you know, learning how to throw his first fireball or something. And that's a beautiful design, actually. I didn't really get a good look at the back of his shell before, but now I can't stop staring at it while we're supposed to be driving. I've got to find some balloons, like maybe the ones that are at the Koopa Beach Festival, and have this Bowser Jr. costume reenact a scene from the film Up or something. Let's put that on a to-do list. Or put him back into the jungle area with all the wild animals. Oh, whoops. Way out of range. It's okay, we just wanted to get back in position. Totally squandered that. Blue shell, whoa. That was a bad turn. Lost our shroom there, too. That's a glorious set of Scout badges. There's even a Muncher badge, I think. I can't quite see, or maybe that's a change on. I should probably, you know, actually watch the road here. Okay, let's just put up the red for defense for a moment. Since the Bitty Bug here is also being defended. And since we can just pass it naturally. Blue shell, let's just throw this back. Probably a good call there, depending on how things went behind us. Oh. A little bit caught in the snow there. Okay, this is the final turn here, moment of truth. No shroom or anything, but one shell's already been sent our way, so hopefully we're okay, yeah. Have I tried using the rewind feature against the blue shell? We don't do that kind of thing. But that's an interesting point, that I guess because the rewind makes the player move independently of everything else, that actually that would work as a dodge, wouldn't it? Or at least kind of get you back on your feet quickly. I hadn't thought about that, because we haven't really used the rewind mid-race at all. I was using it for some things like the P-Switch challenges, but we haven't used it effectively for single-player content here. Maybe we'll have to remember that for the Mirror Mode Knockout Tour whenever we wind up grinding that out. But yeah, we unlocked Mirror last week, actually. I had one day where I just sat down and grabbed a whole bunch of P-Switches at once. And So unlocking it was not an issue. But we just didn't have time to really sit down and play it until today. There's the moose again that we've been talking about. We really do need to stack up some coins in this course because they're a little bit scarce early on. I don't know if there's a good curve for the mushroom here. I think we should just burn it now and grab some items. Let's try to pick up some speed. Just slow him up a little bit. Oh, actually, having a coin trail from the golden shell works out well here. And so much for our entire arsenal. Conveniently just before we hit the double. Okay. Let's burn a mushroom here, actually. Bananas galore. Just drop one set and see if we rotate to something decent. Yeah, we'll take inside this time. The third lap here, on the third segment rather. And we still have to get through this bit. I feel like we haven't seen a blue shell in a while, and that concerns me. Let's just dump the coin so we can have some defense. That's just there and available. $50 not too far behind me, so do need to watch out here. And oh, this is a bad time. That's gonna kill it, I think. And she's going to hit the banana and roll over the line. Look at that. That was such a well-placed banana, too. We put it exactly on target. And she spun over the line. Okay. Fine. Let's give Junior another chance here. Serious excited, you're saying the Peach medallions don't have a map either. Yeah, I haven't looked up anything, really. It's kind of like with the Korok seeds, I think. Very much like the Korok seeds in the recent Zelda games where, you know, you try to be a completionist at your own peril. You're supposed to be given way more than you want or need. And in this case, it's really just the cosmetic bonus of having the player badges anyway. But completionism is its own reward, and we totally understand that. I mean, I never got 900 Korok seeds in the Zelda games either. I never looked up anything going into Breath of the Wild, and so I had no idea how many seeds there were, and I was thinking, wow, these things just keep on coming. When I initially completed the game, I think I had, oh, probably 150 or something, and even today my file still has, I don't know, somewhere in the 600s or so. But when I finally heard that the actual figure was 900, I found that was staggering. I didn't know how there could be 900 because I thought there were many and we clearly missed a lot, but I was thinking, oh, you know, maybe it's some massive staggering number, like, I don't know, 500 or something. And that wasn't even close to the reality of the situation. I would not have guessed in this game, for instance, that there were 394 P-switches. I mean, I drove around and just kind of collected 50 in one go, and I knew they were pretty dense. Maybe extrapolating from that, I would have expected, oh, maybe they're, you know, 200 or so. But now that I've seen more of the map and actually run the P-switches and seen their density, 394 sounds more believable to me. And I know people have done it already. It's one of those things that I really don't expect to complete on this file. But that's why I've been trying to hunt down the P-switches that, you know, are actually really kind of systematically interesting. Like the ones where you basically get to play Super Mario Kart inside Mario Kart World. Those ones have been, I think, the real highlight for me so far. And the thing is, the reason that those P-switch challenges are such a treat is because they're dispersed among the smaller ones, the more incidental ones. And so you feel that difference in pace when you go between a quick and simple P-switch and one where you actually just get to do a 3-lap race in the world. And that's a moo cab, that's not even a moob. Whoop. Oh. Okay, she's still telling me a little close here. So it's a little bit concerning, but we'll have enough defense to work with here. And not get totally caught out of position. Or get passed by a mushroom on the final turn or something. And yeah, Derbyshire Visitor, you were saying earlier, no, you're a Grand Prix. Backwards. Which, I guess if you play enough mirror mode, you just start reading that fluently. In Mario Kart World Direct, you said they were, or rather there were over 200, yeah. I don't remember what they said, but... Actually, given how the Mario Kart World Direct still concealed a fair amount about this game and didn't actually say that much, really, over the course of 15 minutes, that wasn't previously evident. Maybe it's not too much of a spoiler risk to watch the Donkey Kong show in a few days. That's something we were discussing earlier today on the stream, is, you know, maybe I should just bypass that direct since we're going to be playing the game anyway, so we can discover everything fresh. Which is usually how I go into things like films as well. Usually, you know, when I go out for a film or something, we just go in with maybe the name of the director and no other information. And I find that sometimes it's the most rewarding experience. Those who were around for our 400 hours or so of streaming through Tears of the Kingdom, not knowing where everything was and not taking a paraglider for that matter, that was kind of critical to the experience that we had no outside information and didn't trivialize the mechanics from finding out about duplication glitches and hover bikes and everything else that spoiled people's experience if they were impatient about it. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, you know, the thing about the Donkey Kong Direct is that I often just tend to wind up watching these things anyway, and there'll definitely be quite a bit of chatter about it when you're interacting with the Nintendo players as much as I do. And so there have definitely been things that I'm glad that I kind of skipped out on trailers or directs for. So, for instance, when we played Metroid Dread a few years ago, and I think we're well past the statute of limitations for this one, but Kraid was a massive surprise for us there. I did not really expect Kraid to be in the game at all, and In spite of the fact that Kraid was kind of famously cut content in the Prime series. And obviously there was quite an appetite to put him in 3D eventually by some Metroid team or another. But we'll see. I mean, as we were talking about in one of the earlier Kart streams, there's quite a bit of speculation, obviously, swirling around the fact that we only got one costume apiece for Pauline and Donkey Kong in this game, and it's sort of conspicuously open to a cross-promotional update. But yeah, I mean, you know how much I love photo modes, and even before we saw it officially confirmed that there would be a photo mode, Donkey Kong Bonanza was already looking like one of the most photo mode games that ever did photo mode. Just waiting to happen. So we might run something Donkey Kong related or adjacent before that comes out, incidentally. I do have something in mind that will hopefully not take too long. Okay, let's just cut a corner somewhere. Barely dodge that Goomba. But yeah, we'll see how we do with all the karting this week, and in terms of single player in this game, after I finish 150, or rather, once I finish that 3-starring mirror mode, rather, I don't think I'll necessarily stream the grind through Knockout Tour mirror mode, because I don't plan to do that immediately anyway. Well, maybe I should, because you want mirror mode to get out of the way before you get too deep into the rest of the game. But we'll definitely want to get back to some other content on the channel, so. Okay. This area is not going too badly, but we're not that far ahead, as we can see on the minimap. I'm not going to check the mirror right now because we are not in a good position to do so, but we should be able to hit the tape here without too much trouble. Good. Yeah, Boy Scout Juniors is amazing. I really need to get into photo mode later so we can take a proper close look at all of his merit badges at the back, because I feel like there's quite a lot of artistic detail there that we want to pick up on. Yeah, I'll find a good location to do a photo shoot with him when we next get into free roam. Yeah, because, you know, you do your costume selection and you see everybody from the front, and I hadn't noticed until racing him with him now just what a great costume Explorer Jr. really is. Okay, let's head to the shipyard and see what happens. You got the Snow Kingdom music here, but a slightly less bouncy race. And here's what looks very much like Vanilla Lake in some form. If the Super Mario Kart boundaries are anything to go by, whoops, that was a total whiff. That's okay. Drifted way too early here. Oh, that didn't catch her at all. That's fine, let's just get back on track with a mushroom. Get out of the way of the coin shell. Oh, she's way too far ahead. Let's try to catch up a bit. Might be a comp on a Typhoon. That's alright, take the green shell, I'll just use my red. Oh, was I first here for the blue shell? No, I wasn't. Good. Mukab. Okay, going into segment 3 here. Let's have a good clean finish for once. We hope. Then, oh, getting shelled here a little bit. Again, I've been caught off guard by how short some of the third laps are sometimes, and so this is looking a little perilous. Especially if you just get short-range stuff like this. Just dump those items and try to draw something more effective here. First, okay. Defense. After a fashion. Okay, let's close in here and bit of a tense moment. And that is it. Star Cup is down. Derbyshot Visser, sadly your phone lost connection right after your witty comment. Well, it's backwards day, so maybe you actually lost your connection before your witty comment, except we read it perfectly well. Well, actually I read it backwards, which I guess was flipping it forwards, so works for me. Good thing we're not asked to pronounce your name backwards or something. Because even our channel has its limits. I see it, I'm also several minutes late to that comment, but that's what happens when you're driving. Anyway, we got it. Again, it's kind of too bad that the trophy screenshots don't show on the trophy that this is mirror mode. I'm not sure the trophies actually say what class you're driving in at all, actually. Unlike the ones in 8 that are, you know, very clearly labeled. Oh well, that's fine. You've got video evidence that I passed this, so. All right, let's move on to the next cup. At long last. So, who do we want to look at here? We got Shy Guys, we got the various infants. Again, I don't know if there's a good high-speed setup that we can do with the junior characters, which is why we've also not been great about collecting costumes with them. But let's take a look at whether we can get something decent off of them. Yeah, because a lot of these are way too low speed. Stellar Sled's been really good to us with the lightweight characters, though. Tiny Titan. Let's just see. Charging Truck's not a bad idea. I just want to balance up the speed stat a little bit, so. It's very high handling on that. I wonder how that would work out. I found that in Mario Kart 8, I was avoiding going too high on the handling because the drifts would kind of catch me off guard with just how far they would curve, but maybe it's a bit different in this game. Let's go Real Racer. Very lightweight, but we'll see how it goes. Koopa Troopa Beach, Faraway Oasis, Crown City Part 2, and Peach Stadium Part 1. Let's take a look. And specifically with Koopa Troopa Beach, also take a listen. And Gaming Stage, you must go to bed, yeah? Yeah, maybe we'll get a race in at some point. If you're hosting on your channel sometime when I'm able to drop in, then we'll do that. We'll see if I want to host any multiplayer on this channel at some point too, but, you know, sometimes with the times that I run, it might not be the best time to set up a lobby, but we'll try to make it happen. Anyway, I love the beach festival theme that they raised Koopa Troopa Beach with. And yeah, like I was saying, with the P-switches, you do get to race over the original Koopa Beach, essentially. Oh, too bad. Lost a triple. You can really feel how lightweight this is. Immediately. But I guess with the handling, you know, even if you're boosting into a straight and you're not properly drifting, you can still get a decent turn out of it. And I guess what's one of the advantages of it is that you can charge up a straight boost and still get a decent turn. We normally don't take something this high handling, so this is still something we're getting used to here. Oh, she's got quite a bit of shell defense going. Oh, I get stuck. A DJ Koopa Troopa spinning up tunes from the 90s. For some reason, the DJ Koopa Troopa momentarily made me think of the DJ booth that you can infiltrate in Hitman 3. In the Berlin rave stage, which, you know, I guess has some very distant aesthetic relationship to what they've done with Koopa Troopa Beach here, where you've overlaid the music festival on top. Because one of the things that really stands out about level design in Hitman, in the recent World of Assassination trilogy, which is now playable on Switch 2, incidentally, and highly recommended, is that the whole approach to level design in those games kind of turns every space, every level into something that has multiple contexts to it, right? Like it's always something built on top of something else, like a fashion show built on top of a museum, for instance, in the first Paris stage that introduced the first game. And particularly when it comes to revisiting retro locations that are meant to be recognized, there's a philosophy to what they've done with some of the spaces in the visual redesign of old courses in Mario Kart World that definitely brings back some of that feeling as well. But yeah, one of the things I like to bring up is with some games, like with the Hitman trilogy in particular, that sometimes you have games like that where, you know, there's so much to chew on with the level design that you can apply it to games in completely different genres. And that's definitely something we've seen. We have a star in position 1. That seems like... Oh, I'll just use it. I don't want to drop it on lightning or something. We'll just use the cut corners and build the lead. I was thinking, oh, should we actually use it for defense? No, we should dump it now, and we should build the lead. And give ourselves some safety. So yeah, later we should take Explorer Bowser Jr. over to this location to see how he earns his merit badges. Yeah, because we don't want to boot it, steal a star or something, right? That would be absolutely disastrous if the person in the position behind you grabs that. Okay, gonna get spiked. We haven't seen anything new off of Kamek in quite some time. We know we're missing something in Kamek because the character selection screen says so, but we should have maybe kept that for defense, but I also want to just draw something a little more immediately usable, which we will, of course, also immediately lose. But look at how much distance we got just from having Star in position 1. That we're still probably in danger of a blue shell, but we're much better able to defend. Not going to mess around with some of the rail rods, so I mean, it's very tempting to take the inside rail there because it's so obviously good, but we didn't plan that well enough. Oops, got caught in the corner. Oh, come on, let's not completely blow it here. I'm completely blowing it here. Let's That's okay, because we were not first for the blue shell, right? So maybe that'll work out at exactly the right moment. At exactly the right moment. Thank you, blue shell. Actually working for us for a change. MKW Joseph, we finally made it through Star Cup. If you're asking how the races are going, Star Cup stalled me for a long time. We had trouble with it, but we finally moved on. And so we are in Cup 4 now, and making some early attempts on it. Our first attempt on it. Okay, let's get over here. And yeah, this is, as you can tell from the music, kind of meant to be Donkey Kong themed. I guess it's taking the Donkey Kong Country track that was already in Mario Kart 7, though, in terms of the arrangement. It's most similar to that. Because there are a couple of things in the melody that are specific to the Donkey Kong Country music in Kart 7 rather than in the original series or game. Okay, we got a big straightaway over here. Let's just try to get in position for some icing here. Just want to get in a little bit closer so we can actually hit. And what do we have from the pizza? Swimwear. Okay, that's a new one for us. I hadn't gotten swimwear on some of the baby characters yet. We haven't been using the baby characters that much, as I was saying. Let's actually follow the course here. Hey, what a perfectly timed moob on that shot. Now, that's segment 3 out of 4, and then we're getting into the final part here, so let's cautious. We've actually got a good bit of distance once again, so... Oh, should have caught some mushrooms. You got that little double up top as your incentive to go out high, but whoops, that's fine. Doesn't mean we missed the opportunity to get on the rail, though. Just too short for that. Okay. This worked out really well. We were way, way ahead that time, so... A bit of a reprieve from how badly the Star Cup went, but let's not speak too soon. We do still have the last race to go. MKW Joseph... Whom I was about to say, I was pretty sure your name was MKW Joseph a long time before anybody could claim that it was Mario Kart World Joseph, but you're saying watching me play this game is making you want to get the Switch 2. I mean, there's no rush. It's still going to be there. Many years to come. But of course, it's one of those where, if you want to play it, then this is a big game. It's going to last for quite a long time, so it doesn't hurt to get in on it while you have time in your schedule and before other distractions inevitably take over. The nice thing about Mario Kart is that you know that things like the multiplayer player base just will not drop off. I think with other multiplayer games, sometimes, there's a bit of tension as to whether the scene is actually sustainable. And you just don't know if queue times will eventually be bad or if matchmaking will eventually be miserable. But with Mario Kart, that's not a risk at all, right? Like, it's just going to grow and grow and grow. So the experience is still going to be there. And it's not always clear that's the case because, yeah, a lot of multiplayer communities just don't work out. Oops. Anyway. Look at this collision between vehicles here where even the NPCs get bombed. Where, whoa, let's get out of the way. Luckily, we've actually got some decent distance here. Maybe we've been underrating the baby cards. I've done surprisingly well with this one. And of course, we want to keep the horn for defense, but I half expect that lightning's going to hit us. But Lucio's going to come first. Great, great, great. Right on target. Unfortunately, I couldn't get in front of a vehicle there, but let's try to pick up this block and continue. How are we doing? Not too far ahead of the pack, but Lakitu is kind of closing in on me here, but let's try to stay ahead and get a good drift into the finish and hope for the best as we hit the tape. And that is going to be 3-star on the first try on this cup, which is a very welcome reprieve. Joseph, you were saying you were holding off because you wanted to spend your spare time reading more instead of playing video games. I totally agree. I find that on a stream every year. I say when people ask me, oh, what's your New Year's resolution? I tell them I don't read nearly as much as I did even a few years ago. I used to be a very heavy reader, and that's kind of dropped off a cliff lately, and I mean to get back to it. This year, I actually did get back to it. This year, I've been cramming some novels. But there was definitely a dead period of a few years, and partly it was because I was, spending a lot of my recreational time on video games and on Twitch, but partly it was because I was just too busy with everything else. And I used to have a really good balance between video game time and reading time, but unfortunately other things came in and reading time got hit a lot harder. And so I completely understand. Because I find that getting through a lot of books is one of those things where, like, you don't really feel how desperately you've actually missed it until you get back into it, right? Like, you kind of feel like something is missing in your life, but it's hard to place, and then you get back into the books, and then you realize, oh yeah, that's the thing that's been the missing ingredient here. Anyway, we know that we don't have much on Baby Luigi, so let's take him here in the work crew and try to give him some decent balance of stats as well. Let's go Bulldozer with him. Makes sense that if he's in the work crew, he's driving the Bulldozer. So yeah, that was a very smooth run through the Shell Cup. Very happy with that. We were just tearing away in first for a good chunk of this too. So that worked out well. Okay, Peach Beach, Salty Salty Speedway, Dino Dino Jungle, and the Great Question Block Ruins with that beautiful transition into it. Yeah, you're saying you're starting quite a few books at the moment, but not getting engaged enough to finish them. Yeah, it's not a function of the length sometimes when you're having issues. I know from experience, just, having issues kind of getting your brain back into reading mode. It turns out that short books are not actually necessarily easier. It's hard sometimes when you've been off it for a while that you kind of need to get back into a rhythm with it, with the right thing. But yeah, it's difficult to see what works. I mean, I don't have a good systematic answer to that as well in terms of what really helps somebody recover reading time. But yeah, it definitely was one of those things that I conspicuously felt like it was dropping out of my life a lot more than it should have. Okay. Let's pop that. But yeah, it's kind of paradoxical that, you know, getting back into a good reading pattern isn't necessarily as comes from things that feel like they're easy reads that don't require as much attention or don't have as much difficulty to struggle through, because sometimes, you know, maybe they just don't give you enough of a sense of substance to keep you engaged, and that it's difficult to tell depending on what one's existing habits and preferences are, what the right kind of choice is to really be the thing that makes dig into a book, the thing that you choose to do again, right? Which is a tricky thing. Okay, we're on the third lap and we got hit by a blue shell. I feel like we might have just blown the run here, but yeah, no, I love to talk about books with people. It's something that, obviously, just being a video game channel, we don't get to do as much as I would like on this channel, I would say. Okay, we're going to reset this one. Give baby Luigi another shot. You're saying you've misplaced your wallet, so you can't even buy the Switch 2 unless your local electronics store has saved your bank details. Yeah. Can't just walk up to them and ask them to give one to you on credit anymore. But it's okay. Like I said, there's no particular urgency. You know, this system is going to be around a long time. Oh, I wanted to reset this. Hang on, let's just quit out of it. I actually hadn't paused mid-race before. I hadn't seen the little diagram of the controls up to this point. But yeah, because I know in Mario Kart sometimes if I am at the pause screen, I accidentally activate one of the other driving options that we actually want to turn on. But anyway, we barely got any time driving with this setup. Let's try it again, but if we're having trouble with it, with the low speed on a lightweight character, we'll move things around. But, you know, that was clearly not the issue when we one-shot the shell cup with Baby Mario, so we'll try to keep at that. Yeah, you're asking me what I enjoy reading. It's a difficult question to answer succinctly. Like, I'm not somebody who's particularly tied down to a specific genre or style. I tend to explore quite a bit. Every now and then, I actually get through tons of spy fiction, like spy thrillers and such. We've had, you know, I used to read pretty heavily in science fiction, but I haven't really kept up with the field as much as I used to. Also, a lot of... I know that people kind of very nebulously refer to literary fiction, which is actually too many categories at once, or a relatively small market segment. But there's a lot historically that we've kind of gotten into in phases. You know, a lot of the I want to say kind of late 20th century American systems novels. Like that was a big thing for us here for a while. The whole kind of you know, Thomas Pynchon, Don DeLillo lineage, which is still kind of ongoing. I guess we're all living. Pynchon's got a new one later this year, which is kind of surprising. But yeah, a good bit of nonfiction as well, of course. You know, just especially with things like scientific history. You can, other things like that. But yeah, we try to keep the reading list somewhat diverse, and like you know, kind of stylistically and philosophically diverse, not just sort of the more naive meaning of the word that people tend to use sometimes. But okay, we blew this. I actually think I want to switch off of Luigi here. We just at least got Cataquack, so let's just race as Cataquack, because at least we got something out of this experience, which was that we had Kamek zap us right before we got to the finish line. So it was kind of to our advantage that we just got blown up at the end there. Because we're going to race as Cataquack. Why not? It's Peach Beach. Let's do it. Yeah, the thing about Pinchon is that he's definitely a bit of an acquired taste. Where... yeah, like I said, we're going with Cataquack. We're not getting costumes off any characters today, anyway. And let's see. Let's try to build for some speed again, if we can. We've been lacking in that recently. Let's put Cataquack on a Ribbit Revster. Okay, that's sufficiently amphibious. But yeah, Joseph, if there's anything in particular that you're really deep into reading or trying to be deep into reading, hopefully it's familiar enough to me that I can actually say something about it. But yeah, the thing about Pinchon was, you know, the feeling that I want to get sometimes out of something that really lingers in the mind in the long run is a huge masterwork, which is how I find something like Gravity's Rainbow, is that sometimes you have people who are just kind of immediately put off by the more formally challenging elements of it right away, but then when you kind of get into a good rhythm with reading books that are of that density, I find that, as with some things like, you know, some films that you're kind of not sure you like at first, you're not sure you even necessarily like them, and in the long run, they're the ones that you actually think about because they have enough to chew on, that there's elements of them that you just kind of go back to again and again, and you kind of realize belatedly that you kind of got totally absorbed in them without necessarily realizing it. Like, and that's the thing that I get out of some authors like that. There are some other writers of that scale and ambition that might be easier as an entry point for people who aren't kind of eager to get into the deep end right away. I mean, even with Pinchon himself, I think, you know, when he's taught in something like a college course setting, you never really see anybody cover the large-scale stuff, which is most of his work. You usually just see people cover something like Crying of Lot 49 because it's short and accessible, and it kind of packages a lot of those same thematic concerns in a small space. But then, that's why sometimes in something like, say, a college teaching setting, because you don't have people really have the time and space to go through the large-scale works, that they don't really properly appreciate it in that setting. Whoa, oh, we missed. We missed. I wasn't in range for the horn, and so we're going to run this again. We haven't even gotten past the first course here yet. I'm surprised I'm struggling with this so much, but... I don't know who I'd refer to as the greatest living author. I feel like people's perception of that is always going to be limited by language, where for people whose first language is English in particular, that's it's kind of a noted problem that people who are primarily grounded in English don't read nearly enough in translation. That, basically there's a translation deficit globally where a lot of stuff gets exported from English to other languages internationally, but not a lot gets imported. And so sometimes it takes a while for things to basically pick up enough in terms of reputation and prizes or word of mouth or criticism to really become familiar to English readers. I mean, it was kind of the case with Roberto Bolaño after he died, actually, when people were starting to notice just how interesting his work was. I feel like it's recently been the case with... I can't speak Hungarian, so I think it's pronounced like Krasznahorkai, whom I kind of saw some people recommending him in translation like years before it kind of became a thing to really notice his work a lot more. But yeah, definitely was kind of the case with Bolaño. Occasionally you'll have somebody really kind of break through, like Nausgaard did about a decade ago, but I actually never wound up reading Nausgaard myself. But there was a while when there was kind of like, basically literary journalism kind of has its own metagame, right? Like it has its own trends that it follows at given times, and sometimes it just chooses to bestow favor on somebody who's from an international market. And there's a certain element of luck to that too, I guess. But yeah, particularly, in places like Reddit or anybody else, anything else sort of on the English language internet, everybody kind of has blinders on for what's going on in literature writ large. The other thing, too, is that I've noticed... the other thing that really kind of put things into perspective for me was that the kind of market that I have occasionally paid attention to with what gets referred to as literary fiction... Basically, this noted problem that the mid-list, so to speak, like the middle-income author who's not a superstar and not somebody who breaks out into the bestseller list, has kind of disappeared as a vocation. It's very difficult for somebody to actually be any kind of full-time author nowadays unless you're turning out blockbusters. And the thing that put things into perspective for me was that essentially the print runs for a lot of things like, award-winning novels that you see talked about in newspapers and the like. The stable readership is smaller than the numbers that we see for Mario Maker, essentially. Like, if I were some kind of award-winning so-called literary novelist tomorrow, I would have a smaller reach than I have had in the past with my Mario Maker levels, literally. And so, that's a lot of work to put in for something that you're definitely at that point doing it for the love of the craft and for the love of the artistic vision, the real kind of commitment you feel to making it happen. Because you're certainly not pulling in a big audience nowadays unless you're either A, exceptionally fortunate, or B, part of the whole kind of, young adult Goodreads sphere, which is kind of its own beast. Or other markets like that kind of have their own ecosystem. In the way that, like, young adult fiction has really kind of developed its entirely separate internet culture, for instance, over the past 10 or 15 years. And you can see that reflected in the market data. Yeah, you don't read enough current living novels to choose the best living author. Nobody does, really. I mean, I'm familiar with some people who read a lot, as in getting through, I don't know, like about 100 books a year, and not just insubstantial, easy ones either, but like reading constantly. And occasionally it's because some of them are literally judging for prizes and the like, and they actually have to read that much professionally. But some of them, they really have successfully oriented their lives around that. And, at that level, maybe you have some critical perspective on a particular segment of the market, like a specific genre. But even so, that's still just like your slice of literature and your slice of the world. And that's certainly by itself not enough to make any claims about the best living author. So, considering how bad some of my turns were, I'm amazed that we're still in first here. Wow, bombs everywhere. Okay, we need to use this mushroom and get out of trouble here. I drove terribly on this lap, absolutely terribly, and we're going to get past right here at the end. Right here at the end. That was a disaster of a third lap. Absolute catastrophe of a third lap, just slamming into everything. Still only on the second race here, too. Let's swap over to something else, maybe. We'll give Cataquack one more chance. We haven't had much of a chance to try him out yet. I do look at my rear view mirror sometimes, just not when I'm talking about books. I do when I'm in the lead, actually. And I've been trying to make more of a habit of that, too. Basically see how much of a lead we're having, so I can actually check. But I think that's one of the things I forget about when I'm on autopilot, because we're expounding on literary markets or whatever. Yeah, you say you tend to mainly read classics, but you say the majority of your books are early 19th to 20th century English authors. Yeah. Like as in England English, or just English language in general? Because are you talking about like late romantics? Like around, Stevenson, Dickens, that era? And, yeah, because I guess that's kind of like 19th to 20th. Yeah, that's an area that I feel like I used to know better. I've sort of been away from it for some time, but early 20th century England, I'm quite fond of Daphne du Maurier, actually. You can see why some of her work was such an interest to film directors like Alfred Hitchcock. Some of what I note is a little bit layered in that, like, where there's a particular feel to English novels from, say, 30s to 50s that kind of feels like classic cinema from that era as well. Like, there's this kind of aesthetic sensibility to, du Maurier or Graham Greene, or even if you're going earlier, like Joseph Conrad, that is just kind of naturally cinematic, and it might just be a function of how they were adapted. But there's a really deep stylistic kinship there too. I think that's kind of hard to put a finger on concretely. Yeah, you read Rebecca by du Maurier last year? Yeah. At some point, definitely check out the Hitchcock film. It for various reasons, actually kind of sidesteps a little bit of the crime that is central to the entire plot. But it's... and it's not necessarily sort of like the most representative film of Hitchcock's style, because it was very much his entry into Hollywood, but it still captures the novel in a very compelling way, and it kind of gets to what I'm talking about, where du Maurier, like I said, was an author who was just a very natural cinematic subject. But yeah, no, I am very fond of that novel. It's been a while since I last looked over it, actually, but I remember being extremely impressed with Rebecca, the First time I read through it. And particularly if you're familiar with, a lot of the 19th century antecedents to what she's doing with the Gothic novel and to, the way that the mansion itself is kind of like a character in a novel, right? In the way that it is in the sort of deeper Gothic tradition. There's a lot of stuff like that in Du Maurier where she's playing with popular genre. And anyway, let's pop this. And let's actually remember to check the rear view mirror every now and then. Yeah, I find that I check the mirror, kind of when I'm in first or when I'm on a straight, but I actually don't have very good mirror habits in Mario Kart in other situations. But sometimes the minimap, particularly with the zoom level in this minimap, isn't giving me a very good sense of how I'm holding the lead. That's fine, let's just pop a coin here and try to keep up. This is lap 3 already. Okay, so this is the area that I was struggling with previously. I just didn't know where the turns were, I think. But we're essentially reading this blind. Even apart from the fact that it's in mirror mode, we're just not very familiar with all this yet. You're in salty speedway. Just don't know the layout. Okay, we're ahead. We're ahead by a decent amount. Let's just finish it. Yeah, you have a book called Trilby by your bedside by her grandfather, George du Maurier. Yeah, that's actually why they named the hat. I haven't read Trilby, but the novel Trilby is why there's the brimmed hat that's called a Trilby. It was named after the character. I think. I might be confusing it with Fedora. Actually, no, I think it's true of both of them, because Fedora was actually named after a character from an opera. So there are a couple of brimmed hats that became popular in the early 20th century that are actually like based on 19th century characters or named after 19th century characters. And now, of course, I'm mentally going over the Mario Kart World costumes and wondering if I have a similar anecdote about anything there. But anyway, we're finally going to get past Salty Speedway and getting into a third race, which is mostly straight, as you can see, until we get into that final loop. So let's try not to lose too badly here. And pick up some coins if we can. I guess we'll need that speed. We'll just hang back in third for a moment while everything's put in view, and we actually get to hear a bit of Dolphin Shoals in this part. Thematically appropriate, I guess. Okay. Let's see what we can do with the shells here. If we get an opportunity, I'll just use them for defense for the moment, in case we don't hit these tricks so well. Until we get a really clear shot. And yeah, like I said, we do need a line of defense. Let's drop another one manually. And try to drop this one as we get into the items up ahead. Okay, should I use Kamek when I'm in first place? I kind of feel like I shouldn't. But then if he's dropping a whole bunch of obstacles, then yeah, as long as we just get around all this. And we're actually in a pretty clear spot if we do that in first, because we just dodge all of the piranhas completely, and then maybe it'll obstruct some NPCs for all we know. So let's banana and pick something up defensive regardless. Anyway, here we got into Dino Jungle with this music here. Now, here's a thought. Are Cataquacs descended from Dinos? We don't know. Oh. But I feel like that opens up a whole bunch of questions that we're not in the best position to process right now. Okay. Okay, we are in segment 4 out of 4. Let's get around the Rex here before it wrecks everything. Oh, blue shell. Bad spot right by the finish line. Okay, Birdo's going to pull ahead here, isn't she? Yes, she's going to pull ahead unless... Oh, no. Yeah, that's a restart. Mario Karted. Alright, Cataquac, you're fired. I mean, we took a bit too far of an outside curve in that blue shell as well, but that's okay. What are we doing here? Let's see. Yeah, we hadn't really... Is Baby Daisy or Baby Peach? I can't tell by the silhouette. I think, well, we're missing costumes on both. We're missing costumes on Shy Guy as well. Again, a lot of the lightweights that we've been kind of underusing. Mostly because they are lightweights, but that's okay. Like I said, we're not really realistically picking up costumes anyway, so we just show off somebody completely different. I think I've raced as most of these characters on stream at this point. I don't think we've been Chuck. Let's be Chuck. Get some weight and momentum going here. Who's Chuck going to be for us today? Well, I mean, he's going to be heavy enough to balance out the Fin Twin, if we want to show that off. At the cost of the top speed. You know what? Yeah, we never get to show off the Fin Twin too much because we always have characters who go way too low on speed in it, so let's just do that. Only got as far as the third race here so far. Look at Chuck's little gesture here at the start of the race. Okay. Back to the beach. Yeah, we haven't played as Chuck at all, so this is our first look at some of his tricks. You know what? We'll take it. Oh. Not actually the best location for that. We didn't get to just ram everybody on the corner like we were to. That's okay. We'll still get a decent item draw here, I hope. Not really. But maybe we can pick up some coins from everybody we're bopping along the way. Okay, down here we go. And let's double up into something decent here. Segment 3 always comes more quickly than I expect in this race. Whoops, that was a total whiff. That didn't work out at all. Can we see where we're going? No, we can't. But we can have some of this. See, the blueprint never causes me trouble until it does, and then... Okay. There we are. Catherine Beefheart, welcome. We are enjoying the Switch 2 quite a bit. You know what's quite nice about the Switch 2 Catherine Beefheart, as we discovered this weekend? As a streamer who misses touchscreen input of level codes in Mario Maker when I have to tap around on the main screen all the time, I can now use the mouse. Because even though the mouse is not officially supported inside Maker 2 itself, because the keyboard is on the operating system level, I can just reach over to my Joy-Con and use it as a mouse for the level code entry now, and it is so unspeakably nice. Because that's always been quietly one of the worst things about playing Maker on stream, is that you have to tap all over the keyboard to hit all the codes, right? And so this was quietly one of the big upgrades for us here, going into Switch 2. But yeah, we've had a lot of time with the new software as well, of course. This is, I think, our 4th stream with Mario Kart World. We also spent a great deal of time on a welcome tour last week. Look at that, got Fireflower up front. Maybe we can drop some behind us. Yeah, sure. Well, you hit somebody, hit 2 people, at least. Okay, let's try to actually get a decent boost somewhere here. I don't know this course well enough. Oops. Even after retrying this cup so many times at this point. And yeah, I'll catch up on the chat a little bit better when I'm not racing, but I'll answer your question in a moment. Oh, that was terrible. How far ahead are we? Not very far ahead. There's a rail ride that you can see in a very conspicuous location all around this segment here. This is a bad corner to get stuck in. Okay, let's try to get around this bit because we're pretty close to the finish at this point, I think. And we do need to race around a little more accurately as we head into one of the final curves. And everybody's going to get in tight here. This feels like it's going to be a restart. Oh, yeah, the banana's totally whiffed. That was not at all aimed correctly. Let's start over. We've been having trouble with Salty Speedway quite a bit. Anyway, you're saying you're jealous of Switch 2 but waiting for more games. Totally sensible. 06i mouse is much faster for me anyway. Because, you see, even if I'm not playing on the Joy-Cons as my main controller, it still works as a secondary controller for the keyboard entry, and it just works instantly. And I've never liked tapping around all over the keyboard with a D-pad manually. I mean, touchscreen is the best, of course, but I find the mouse significantly nicer. Because you don't have to deal with going tap, 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 and you have to contend with overshooting your target sometimes. I might switch off the Fin Twin to something a bit more speed-oriented, but we'll give Chuck another try with this. There aren't too many of the enemies that seem to be in a heavy class here like Chuck, and so there are a couple of configurations here that we can play with. And yeah, Captain Beefheart, you're saying that you love how much more chaotic Kart seems. Definitely, particularly in the online multiplayer, where everybody is packed tightly together, like a tin of sardines or something. You feel the difference between a 12-player and a 24-player race immediately, especially in formats like Knockout Tour, where as players drop off from 24 and get whittled down to 12 or 8, it feels like a completely different game at that point, right? Like it kind of markedly feels like a transition from one Mario Kart game to another almost, in terms of the spacing. In single player, you don't feel it quite so much because, you know, you're usually just going to be in the top half the whole time anyway, regardless. Or even just in the top 4 the whole time regardless. But so when you're this far ahead, you have essentially the same kind of experience as in Mario Kart 8, but in online multiplayer, definitely you see these huge swings where you go from 18th to 4th in the blink of an eye, and then it just gets more chaotic from there because the item you drew in position 18 is available in position 4, and then it's also true of everybody else around you, right? So you see some of the big volatile offensive game changers come out even when you're around the front of the pack in ways that you normally don't. And so, yeah, it's a very aggressive game. Where I get into Knockout Tour and I never know in the online multiplayer if I'm going to drop out in the first set and not make number 20 or if I'm going to be in the top 4. It really could swing either way depending on just how the first few bounces go. But then the further you go along, the more skill-based it feels, essentially, which is a nice place to be in with this game where as the players get whittled down in a format like Knockout Tour, there's still a good bit of RNG when it comes to surviving in the top 4, but you know, you feel more and more in control the further you get. And yeah, Joseph, thank you for coming by, and best wishes with getting to work and getting your reading program going on again. And yeah, we'd love to talk more about 19th century English literature here sometime. Like I said, it's something I'd love to talk about on stream, and we just never get the opportunity. So, and sometimes, in order to get back into a decent reading pattern, you just need to be in a situation where you're talking and thinking about it, and have a good reason to keep momentum going. So, thank you for coming by and for all the conversation again today. The feather gives you a jump, just like it always did going back to Super Mario Kart. You can use it defensively to jump over something like a red shell that is headed your way. You can also use it to get a really big jump onto a shortcut or a trick spot, but we don't know those spots very well. So I've usually just been burning the feather quickly so we can draw something that is a bit more flexible. But jumping over an incoming red shell with a feather is something very cool to do in this game in terms of a moment where you congratulate yourself for your own skill. You know, one of those situations where you feel like you actually know how to play when you pull it off. The feather was in Mario Kart 8 as well, but only in the battle mode. But here it is one of the few items you get in the free roam. In the free roam, you just get mushrooms and feathers, essentially, and occasionally stars, because you just get things that help with movement. But yeah, we haven't developed a really good sense of how to use the feather in races yet, because you really have to know the tracks and know which shortcuts you're aiming for, or you just keep defensively for a shell. And if you're keeping it defensively, there are better options in some ways where, you know, it's more reliable to just drag a banana or a shell behind you. Okay, good. Not too much of a loss there from the blue shell, thanks to our proximity to second place. Oh, a series of prayers always gives me trouble. So yeah, we've been having a lot of trouble with this track here. So we're just doing mirror mode 3 stars today. And Some cups have fallen easily on the first attempt. Some cups have taken quite a bit longer. This one is getting to be one of the bigger challenges, I would say. It's not the worst we've had today, but... Well, I say that, of course, just as we get Mario Karted at the finish line. And yeah, 068, you're saying some better shortcuts have been found, but albeit very situational. So yeah, you kind of have to have it at the right place and the right time, and you need to know what you're doing. Which, even though I know how to get on some of the walls and rails, there have been many situations where I am reluctant to do it when we're not very clear in what we're going for. Because clearly many of these courses are designed around getting a wall ride up at the right time, and we just don't know the places yet, particularly in mirror mode. One more try with Chuck, but we're going to switch to vehicle, I think. And after that, we might pull him off to something else. Maybe still having some respectable handling. Let's go with Locomoto. Yeah, it turns out when you play Mario Kart, you get Mario Karted quite a bit. That's just how it works. Oh, we should have gone with something like the Dolphin or the Dory boat, because I know that there are some terrain-specific hidden stats. I don't know what they are, but you can probably determine some of them intuitively. But again, we have not been optimizing stats at all. We've just been going by what we are comfortable driving. Yeah. And yeah, let's not burn the mushrooms here on this shortcut, because we found out much earlier that it's actually not that effective, since the next bend is right over here. And we'll drag this one. You love that it isn't frustrating to get karted. Yeah, I mean, depending on what kind of grind you're doing and how you're losing to it. But yeah, no, it's not anything that... You know, sometimes it's a situation that is not in your control. It's just going to be something like a blue shell like this one coming at exactly the wrong time. But often you at least get the sense that, you know the blue shell is going to happen a certain number of times, and if you're in first, you're going to have to deal with it, and if you get caught by it, too bad, but it's not like you can't be prepared for it mentally. It's funny because I think some of the more profound frustrations in Mario Kart actually come from things like time trials, which take out the RNG, where you just have to play it and play it well. I haven't done time trials in this game, but definitely the more stringent staff ghosts in 8, like the ones that came in with the booster course pass, were much more of a pain point than anything else in the main game. I was surprised by how tough some of the booster course pass time trial ghosts actually were. They're much more stringent than the ones that were in the original set of 48. Do you have to unlock new maps? No, except for Rainbow Road, which only shows up in the Grand Prix once you finish the other cups, and which, as far as I can tell, can't be independently explored. Like Rainbow Road, I think only shows up in GP and in presumably in time trial. You do need to unlock Mirror Mode. Mirror Mode has a bit more of an esoteric unlock than in previous games. It's not just a matter of finishing Grand Prix. You actually do have to do kind of a mix of different activities across the game. But the benchmark isn't difficult to hit. Like, we just did the other single player content and it came easily. Yeah, we didn't really push 3 stars with 150cc previously, so today we're pushing it with mirror mode, and we are 5 cups in now, I think. Nope, that's a bit of a miss. Oh, this is where I can pull ahead and get blue shelled immediately, I bet. But we'll see it when it comes. Yeah, with games that have a certain amount of RNG, you just have to price that in and know that you have to deal with it. Okay, let's get over here. This was way too much of a diversion for what I wanted in this position. Let's just knock that back, but then I feel like we're getting caught very close to the last turn again, and yeah. Salty Speedway has been a struggle, absolute struggle, and we pass here? Nope. We're going to be second. Or even third. This course has been a massive roadblock. And we will redo it. We need to figure out how to do some things like the wall climbing into the inside rail for this one, I think, maybe. I don't want to experiment with it too much at the moment, but clearly we need to figure something out here because this course is not working out. Man, you're still believing in Maker 3? Yeah. Like I said, there's really no hurry. I mean, you know, you adopt the platform when you have something you want to play on it now, right? And everybody has massive backlogs to get through as well. I mean, I guess the advantage of Switch 2 is that, as with upgrade paths on PC, for instance, you just get to absorb your existing library and your existing backlog at a higher level of performance, and that's kind of nice, but if you're not too sensitive to things like that, like resolution and loading times and so forth, it's not going to be strictly necessary. Okay, let's keep going. I do wonder how an eventual Maker 3 is going to be handled, though, in relation to the fact that Maker 2 will still technically be available on the same platform, and I would expect that eventually Maker 3 there are kind of enough engine changes that you can't just run Maker 2 courses in it. But of course, well, I mean, we don't know how that's going to work, but there's always a bit of a risk when you split a base within the same platform. I guess that's what Splatoon did in the last generation, though, was having 2 and 3 launch in the same generation, and just having 2 kind of die off overnight. But with something like Maker, of course, you have a very different situation because the whole back catalog of things that people have made is the content, right? And at the same time, I feel like a Maker 3 is kind of required to freshen up the scene. Like, I don't think you can get that done with something like a big Switch 2 DLC patch like other games are getting. Are we not even making the tape on the first course here? We're not. Alright, let's do this again. Yeah, Maker 1 was on Wii U only. And which is why the entire Maker 1 library is no longer easily accessible. Which is why we spent quite a lot of time streaming it last year. Yeah, Meng, I keep forgetting that there is a Maker 3DS. Meng, of course, actually started with Maker 3DS before taking over Maker 2. So it's kind of historically significant in that respect. Now, I know we'd shown off Rocky Wrench and such last week. I don't remember if we've actually played as Wiggler yet. Let's play as Wiggler. And let's give Wiggler the very low handling on Funky Dory. I don't know if we want to go that low on it. But you know, let's go with the Dolphin Dasher. Let's see how it goes. So yeah, we've made it to Dino Dino once today. We have not made it to Great Question Block Runes at all, with a perfect record. But Salty Speedway has absolutely been a roadblock. But yeah, it wouldn't be terribly surprising if there's some kind of big Switch 2 patch for Maker, like Maker 2, but I don't think that's going to be the main route that Maker is going to go down. Like, you might have something like that just to add in the mouse interface at most, which Game Builder Garage actually got in a free patch. That it actually did get mousecon support. But yeah, I would expect any kind of Maker 3 to be a clean split. And it's in some ways even likelier to be a clean split because, you know, technically the Maker 2 content is still accessible on the same platform. It's probably still some time off though. I think it is going to happen. It is going to happen, and that, as I've been saying, I don't think they launch a Maker 3 without including Wonder content in some form. I would be absolutely shocked if that were the case. But in spite of Mario Maker being one of those games where the community is just constantly fretting about it dying, it actually is on the upper end of the sort of mid-tier Nintendo series when it comes to sales and audience stability. And by mid-tier, I mean, you know, kind of the sort of 3 to 10 million zone, let's say, in terms of sales, which obviously the Switch kind of inflated everything because it was such a popular system, but there's definitely a very stable Nintendo B tier, essentially, when it comes to how big of an audience something is pulling, and Maker is kind of solidly within the upper range of the B tier, essentially. So I think it is something that's going to be continued to continue to receive support going forward in some form. It's just a matter of how it fits into the overall strategy for the platform. They need to make Maker 3 to get more ideas for the next 2D Mario, yeah. There's a lot of Maker influence that's very visible in Wonder, for sure. But some of that, as we discovered, actually kind of dates back, though, to the e-reader levels on Super Mario Advance 4, which, when we streamed it back in 2023, shortly before we ran Wonder, the surprising thing about it was just how much it anticipated about later styles of level design that would become very popular in Mario Maker 1. It was kind of a decade ahead of that, but essentially the people who are making levels for the e-reader at Nintendo were kind of thinking about subverting Mario design in some of the exact same ways that the Maker community would much later. But yeah, there's lots of room for Maker 3 to break a whole bunch of things that people are attached to in Maker 2, but then give us a bunch of interesting tools in return. But yeah, like I've been saying, you know, I think having Maker 2 already present on this platform does give a potential Maker 3 more room to stretch out and do something different. And hopefully we see that become the case, but let's just drop that. Luckily no friendly fire and a bomb, we can just knock everybody back. I love that gleeful animation on the Wiggler as, you know, Wiggler just tosses the bomb backwards at point blank range. He's so happy with his performance here. Anyway, we got past salty speedways. Now let's see what we do in the next race. Let's get back in the Dino Jungle and for the first time in a while and see if we see a bit more success. What do I want in Maker 3? Number one thing is actually not a course feature at all, but a social feature, which is... Did I miss a boost? I missed a boost. Is the ability to make shareable playlists. So kind of like Super Worlds, except you can assemble something like Super Worlds from other people's levels or other people's codes. Or have some kind of playlist going. I mean, they'd have to have some kind of system to deal with if courses get removed or re-uploaded or something like that, but in terms of a feature set, it makes everything so much more convenient when it comes to projects, collaborations, contests, or even just people being able to set challenges for each other socially, right? Like that. I feel like the next big step for course discovery, because, you know, stuff like Endless or 100 Mario Maker mode, it's never going to do as well as just people sharing with each other in terms of people getting to play what they want to play. No automated system, as much as they should improve the automated systems and as much as they should improve the random queues and discovery, will really ever match up to people networking with others who make the things they want to play at a very specific level. And the more they do to accommodate that in terms of the social feature set, the better. In terms of course elements, obviously there's a lot that can be done there. I would actually like more options for scroll manipulation. Right now I feel like we're a bit limited by having it be either hard block or ground block, and with only a few ways to break ground blocks, break hard blocks that can't actually be reset or repaired the way that you can do with putting vines and question blocks or bricks. That if you have some way to kind of expand the range of blocks that you can use with scroll breaking, and have scroll breaks be things that you can potentially reset, like how you can reset blocks with vines, that would be great. Or even just more things like the elemental interactions that we were just beginning to see with fire interacting with ice and so forth. Will I regret burning the horn that early? Maybe we will, but because if blue shell comes right now, then yeah, we're gonna regret that. But we're close enough to the tape, I think, that we might be fine. Maybe not. Oh, blue shell, here we go. So, are we going to be past right at the tape? We've got some distance from Birdo. We've got some distance. So yeah, I actually think that blowing at Birdo with the horn that time actually was the right call, surprisingly. Because we saw a clear opportunity to pull ahead, and thankfully pulled ahead by enough to escape the blue shell. So for the first time in our attempts on this cup, we're going to see the beautiful transition up to the Great Question Block ruins, and we'll see how badly we choked there. Man, you think Mario Maker should go open world? Yeah, I know, and then it's going to break every single mechanism that requires you to push up against the entity limit. I mean, I expect most kind of entity-related mechanisms and things to break with a future Mario Maker anyway, because obviously some things will change with how memory is handled. And that's okay. I kind of expect that with each successive game that the tech research has to start from scratch, and that's normal. It's frustrating if you're someone who, has depended heavily on something working a specific way. Like, if you need to completely redo how global music loops work or something. But we'll see what happens. Okay, this is already segment 2 out of 3. Yeah, because we only really get that one lap up on the ruins once we actually get there. We don't really have much time to play up there, so it's absolutely a bit of a risky situation right now, but at least we're not vulnerable to the blue shell ourselves. But it does mean that the horn's not very effective, nor is the hammer, because we don't get anything that can cover the characters ahead of us. Okay, here's the tape for the final lap. I think we might need to get in close and whack him with the horn, so we can pick up something a little more effective. Oh, or we let the... Well, come on. Blue shell do its job, but we're a little behind right now, so we might need that. That was a bad time to get hit, just popping off there. Okay, let's grab a double. Let's hopefully get some speed, and... This is not a very long lap from what I recall, so... How did I whiff that completely? We just didn't pick up items there. Fourth? Yeah, this is not great. And we're right in the middle of the pack now, and we're losing everything, and so... This might be a total disaster. Total disaster, although, yeah. No, I think this is a restart, very clearly. All right, let's do it again. Yeah, absolutely everything fell apart there when we got hit. And the thing is, I think I was in the path to the blue shell that time as well, and just knocked us down as we were about to make that jump. Otherwise, that would have swung the whole race, because you have the blue shell detonating ahead of us and just enough room to catch up. In the industry, Meng says we call this an epic fail. Oh, very much so. Okay, we're going to dip out of the prize ceremony here. Let's run with somebody else. You know what? Let's go cheap cheap. Maybe cheap cheap also, you would assume, has some kind of hidden aquatic advantage, but cheap cheap is also super lightweight, so maybe that doesn't hold too much. But with Stellar Sled, we'll go back to Stellar Sled. This has been one of the best vehicles for us because it balances out the light characters so well. And you see, we have to deal with Salty Speedway again now that we've been thrown this far back. But yeah, I think more elemental interactions would be a good way to go with Mario Maker, particularly with things like the enemies late in Wonder that make the electric circuits, if you remember those. And of course the ones that have the, whole popcorn interaction with fire and other things like that. I feel like Mario Maker 2, and only really starting in the patches with ice coin blocks and the like, it was only beginning to scratch the surface with things that you can do with elemental interactions in the engine. I think that's a very natural point of development for Maker 3 that is already kind of baked into elements that exist in Mario games, and specifically in Wonder. Notably, I think the puzzle potential of going down that road would be incredible. And it would also be a good pretext to bring in more interaction with things like Ice Flower, or, for that matter, the Penguin Suit. Oh. That is one fried fish. I would like to see some analog to amiibo costumes to make a return. How that works out in relation to co-op multiplayer is kind of a separate question, because I think that was one of the main reasons they didn't make a comeback, but one thing that we've noted quite a lot in the past with Mario Maker, especially when we went back to Maker 1, was that it seemed like Maker 1 had a great deal more potential for people to make courses that looked and felt completely different thematically, even if they played functionally the same. Where, in Maker 2, you have this trade-off where you have a lot more variety in terms of gameplay and systems from the course elements that are available, but a lot of the courses converge on looking very similar. Where when you get your hands on something like what they call the Kaizo Light or Team Jam style level, some of them are lots of fun to play through and they feel very different mechanically, but at a glance they all look very similar, right? It's very difficult to get much flexibility out of the theming. And that, I feel like a lot of the casual appeal of Mario Maker 1 especially came from the ability to have a lot of aesthetic variety, so you can build things that might play like they're completely traditional, but they can have a bit of storytelling to them, and a lot more range of storytelling to them, not only with the more flexible overlapping rules for things like pipes and semi-solids, but especially with things like the amiibo costumes, and with the way that you can get the player to kind of roleplay as certain characters with course layouts are appropriate. And so I feel like that's kind of missing. There are some makers who, of course, have been able to get lots of mileage out of Maker 2 aesthetically with good use of slopes and whatever else, but it feels like there's much less to work with out of the box, despite how many more coarse parts we were given. Oh, I was trying to bump the horn here as we hit, but no, let's just burn it so we can actually have some more aggressive options. And hope there's some mushrooms as well. Moob. We're on 0 coins too because it wouldn't bust up so much. And yeah, there's this really promising looking overhead cable shortcut right there before that wall, and we never managed to see the entry to it. I guess the wall ride does technically get you an entry up to it, but we just haven't figured out how to do it yet. So yeah, getting close to the very irritating finish discourse here, but we will actually pull ahead with the serendipitously drawn mushroom, and we'll get through Salty Speedway. Catherine Beefheart, you're asking if the characters all behave the same way. It depends on what you mean by behave. I mean, there are apparently quite a lot of hidden stats in this game in terms of characters and carts having certain terrain advantages, so it's quite possible that Cheep Cheep has like a hidden swim speed stat, for instance. I haven't looked this up myself, it's just what I've heard, and it makes sense in its own way. I found that there actually is not as much differentiation in terms of how the carts handle, in that the bikes, for instance, don't seem to have the inside drift that they did in 8. Which was one of the reasons I didn't really play bikes in 8. I found the inside drift to be a little difficult to work around. Oddly enough, I played quite a lot of inside drift on Mario Kart Wii, but that's because I played Mario Kart Wii entirely with the motion controls. And inside drift actually works really well with motion controls, from what I recall. You know, where you kind of drift into the curve without sliding out. But yeah, the bikes in this game basically behave like the carts, except it's a little easier to visualize how to get on narrow rails. A little easier to plan that. Oops, too long in the grass. But yeah, control-wise, there's nothing too variable about the cast. Other than the usual differentiation in waist class. As much as I miss character-specific items in Double Dash, and as much as I miss just having a Double Dash mode in general, which I feel like has been sorely lacking, you can see why, with, you know, massive multiplayer lobbies and so many characters in this cast, that character-specific items are no longer a thing. Oh, hit one of them at least. Well, let's just toss this and go for a double. Try not to hit our own banana. Okay, let's let the blue shell have some room, which is a bit hard to see. Or did somebody else blow that up? Somebody else blew that up, I think. That's okay, we'll get in here with a horn. And what is Kamek trying to do? Piranha Plant. You know what? That almost worked out, but yeah, so you actually can go up the dinosaurs as a ramp. I think there's actually a P-switch challenge that teaches that. Whoa, okay, getting onto the rough here is terrible. If we get a good double item here, maybe we can still recover this position. There's still the last little segment here to get through. We can get ahead and shell the other player before they get over the finish line. I think we're a little too late, though. Oh, no, we're first. Okay. Thought we were still in second for some reason, but that's okay. We've got it. Okay, great question block runes. Let's do it. Man, yeah, I have been doing a fair bit of wall riding in the free roam. With the Grand Prix, you really have to know where you're going. There are a few places where the wall ride gets you on top of a rail and gets you on top of a shortcut. I found it kind of difficult to set up unless you really know the course. And, you know, because I'm 3-starring today, I don't want to take too many risks, but we had been experimenting a little bit with that, and you're likely to get yourself into trouble with a wall ride unless you're sure about your destination, essentially. Like whether you want to get a wall jump off of it or if you're trying to get on a rail that's on top of the ledge. Yeah, we've been getting on rails every now and then, but again, you have to be pretty clear on what you're doing. But yeah, there's lots of room to improve in this game skill-wise. It's a big skill cap that comes with new mechanics. And a lot of it is because there are going to be many, I think, knowledge-based advantages that you can get in this game from just understanding what is possible in the layouts. That's true of past games as well, of course, but definitely with this one, just because of the flexibility of terraining options that are good for specific places. That was actually a good use of the feather for once. I was about to ram into that car. But yeah, that's why we've been burning things like the feather immediately. Like, I just don't know enough about the feather shortcuts to risk it at the moment. Okay. Better position than we were in last time, but we are, of course, vulnerable to blue shelling. Oh, let's just burn this. Try to get some coins and I'll try not to get bumped right off the ledge. I love this entry point to this course. I saw it first in the free roam before we saw it in the courses, and it's remarkable to witness. Okay, not a good curve there, but did we blow up the red shell? I think we kind of did. This would be a very, very bad time for blue shell. Glancing at the minimap, I don't see one coming yet, but yeah, pretty sharp turns all over this too, so we had to break into some of them. Luckily, lightning zaps everybody, and we may, in fact, get it this time. Let's not flub the final turn here. There we go. That's another cup down. Dippershad Visser, you submitted your thesis yesterday. Congratulations. A GG to you as well. I think you should direct your GG emotes that way. But thank you regardless in chat. This took some work. We got it. And yeah, in industry terms, I suppose that's an epic win. That's 5 out of 8 cups finished today. I don't know if we'll continue necessarily, but well, let's see. Yeah, pacing-wise, maybe it makes sense to save 3 cups for next stream. But at the same time, you know, we've got an audience here and we've got some good conversation going. Maybe we'll make an attempt at the next one. But I'm also tempted to just finish on a win today, so. Nintendo dropping Switch 2 when you were in Purgatory was devious, and they targeted you specifically, yeah. Yeah, because I guess releasing in early June just puts it in submission season for a lot of people. Let's see. You know what? We've got good company and conversation here today. Let's do one more. I don't know if we'll necessarily grind through it as hard if we run into trouble. I say that now, and I bet I'm going to regret it 2 hours from now when we finish whatever the next cup is. Let's see. Let's go Shy Guy. We haven't really seen him. Again, it's a lot of the lightweights I've been using. Yeah, that's another win for the Stellar Sled, incidentally. The Stellar Sled's been getting us through so much. Let's go a little dumpy. I kind of like the look of this in Shy Guy. Anyway, finally done with that one. Let's go with Leaf Cup. Oh, yeah, of course we have to do Leaf Cup. This, like I said, in 150, it was aesthetically my favorite part of Mario Kart World so far. Was this set of 4. So we should at least take a look at it before we get beaten up by it in the 3-star run too much. Because, yeah, this cup is just end-to-end gorgeous. So. It'll be our pleasure to lose to it again and again. But yeah, like I said, we might not grind through this one to completion. We'll see how we do and whether we hit a particular roadblock, because pacing-wise it might make sense to do 3 cups in the next stream. And then again, it might not, because, you know, we had conveniently one-shot 2 cups today. We can't always rely on things to go that well, so. I'll try to grab some coins along the way. Cheap Jeeps everywhere. Oh, trying to get on the rail on a double. I found that sometimes when we get whacked by Blue Shell, the situation we want to be in is that we want to be rolling a double item at that time, so it doesn't get blown off of our inventory or interrupted. This is not going well. But maybe we'll get a good item draw right here. Yeah, the thing about this game, particularly in online multiplayer, is that, you know, you get knocked so far back in the whole cluster of players sometimes that I've never seen so many golden mushrooms in my life. Like, in terms of just how often we pick up some of the high-powered items and being momentarily knocked back a few spots. Here. Okay, catching up a little bit, still got a lap to go. Yeah, what a lovely course to do a 3-lap run on as well. Triple banana is not that useful for me here. Let's just dump it. We might have to dump some of these ones as well, but let's figure this out. Oh. Are we going to make it through? Let's see. How about this final turn here? Okay, just barely. Yeah, the water in Mario Kart World across the board is... well, I don't know if you're aware of the whole thing with that fellow who used to be on Miiverse posting about how every game had really nice water back in the day, but if he's playing Mario Kart World, he's having a good time. Yeah, there used to be this thing where there was a particular user on Miiverse who would just comment on every game with nice water. He would have screenshots of the water. I've been around the Nintendo internet for too long, that's how you know. I'm not even around sort of Nintendo-adjacent social media or anything like that very much, but we've just accumulated so much of this over the years. From being around various communities. Essentially, if you spend enough time in whatever venue communicating with other people who also play Nintendo games, eventually there's just a lot of old community history that eventually filters down to you. Okay. Let's grab this. Like Mang playing Maker 1 on DS. Well, I mean, that's something we know in our stream simply because we've played so many Mang levels and have had plenty of time to talk about that. I don't know how generally known that is. That's just some Maker lore that we've developed over time and are happy to share. But yeah, there's a lot of Maker lore as well, right? Depending on what part of this very occasionally fragmented community you're in. Everybody's kind of got their own experience and history with it. It's interesting to compare notes. Particularly in a Twitch context where, you know, after a little while, you occasionally just meet a lot of the same makers on different streams, if you're submitting or if you're streaming for that matter. You start to recognize some patterns. And that's just how it goes. Okay, let's take the inside here. There are a lot of these situations where there's these kind of high road, low road split in much of the map design. Speaking of nice water, we have not been threatened in a while. Look how far ahead I am on the minimap. Just have not been touched for some time. Blue shell is coming, of course, but that's expected. That's going to force the drop on the green shell, but yeah, we're way ahead for some reason. I don't know how we pulled that far ahead, but we'll take it. To Bashad Visitor with Mario Kart World beginning development in 2018. Where's my money on Sky High Sunday? Sky High Sunday actually comes from Mario Kart Tour, the mobile game, but with a couple of the original courses that were not city courses that were in Mario Kart Tour, like Ninja Hideaway and some of the other ones. They look conspicuously better than the city courses and much better design. So maybe they were conceived for Mario Kart 8 in the first place. It's very hard to tell. I'm not fond at all of the city courses in Tour, but as I understand it, when Sky High Sunday was patched in with a booster course pass, it was something that maybe it launched with 8 first, but it was kind of co-developed at the very least as something that was to launch for Tour. Yeah, you're saying it debuted in 2022 as well. So yeah, I guess it was developed concurrently for them. But that's a very good question, whether it was always planned in mind to accommodate things like the Mario Kart World rail rides or something like that. If you think that it was developed for World and then ported down, that's entirely possible. With the rails being adapted in retroactively into the anti-gravity like that, I could absolutely see that being possible. We'll probably never know. I mean, I guess there isn't really any other course that would be a candidate for that to be the case, would there? Because it's just a one booster course pass original that we saw here. Speed stat has helped us quite a bit here, actually. Let's not hop over these panels. That's been a problem for me sometimes. And we'll have one line of defense at least, but only one. Okay. Still got a decent amount of distance here, but not so much that the blue shell wouldn't be a concern. So again, we want blue shell to hit while we're rolling 2 items, and we get 2 items coming out of it. Then maybe we can figure out something to do with the feather here. Like maybe just jumping into this location and hitting the plant. Whoop. Love the lightning effect on this. In this game. Kind of feels like Blanca zapping you in the face in Street Fighter 2 back in the day, you know. Where it's finally an electric shock that has that kind of impact. Knocking somebody off a rail ride is nice. I mean, that's the risk with taking a rail ride, is that you're really going to get blown up by those. Okay, here's Boo Cinema, one of the really lovely parts in this game, aesthetically. Preparing you for the horror show of being Mario Karted. But we are in segment 3 out of 3, so let's get out of here quickly and try to whip him. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Swipe with the banana. And yeah, you're saying that Sunday is so different, you feel like it deserves to be a Mario Kart World original. Yeah, because it had the rails, but they were essentially kind of part of the whole anti-gravity mechanic. Like, the rails worked like an anti-gravity boost, as I recall. Yeah, man, you're saying very short movie. Well, you know, back in the days of silent cinema, and from then on as well, we were limited by the length of your reel here. We were technically fast-forwarding. Captain Beefheart, you're saying good banana manship. Yeah, we're practicing for DK Bonanza. Okay, let's see how we do in this segment here. We should actually cover some distance here with the shells before the next item draw. Very few coins right now. Oh, not a very good drift there. Moose. Can we jump to Moose? Yes, we can. That was just a test, but good excuse to use the feather. We'll have to come back here in the free roam with a feather so we can jump to Moose again. Should actually spin some green shells soon. Now we're in segment 2 out of 4. And here's a bit of a boating segment. Oh, that was much too close. Okay. Good thing we had a redundant line of defense there with the bomb, but let's try to get ahead. Not collide with too much. Three out of 4. This is kind of a nice curve for the ice flower. We'll take it. Oops. Still in second, but, you know, given the blue shell risk, maybe that's not that bad a thing. And here's Dry Bones, Burnout proper. And yeah, we're not in first, so we don't care about the blue shell. So, look at that. Then we get a good read on the position for where first place is, which is nice. Very nice to have. Let's not trick so much that we fall off, of course. That's always a bit of a potential issue. Are we going to choke on this course? I think we might. Given that we're already on 4 out of 4, let's get some red shelling going. It absolutely needs to catch this one too. Has a lot of red shells all of a sudden. That's very convenient. But we're going to be just short, I think. Oh, wow, what a terrible curve there. We could have made it. Yeah, I was trying to boost there. We kind of got into a bit of a drift at the end, and that was a choke, but what a great cup. What a fantastic cup to play through. You think I threw a banana on the moose's head? Maybe we did. We'll do one more good attempt on it. If I have another one where we lose on the last course, we'll probably call it a day, but we'll try to get a bit more practice in. We love playing through this cup anyway, so. Ladybug, cow. We haven't really done much with a cow. Or something that popular. Oh, Monty Mole. I think I'd played as Rocky Wrench. I don't remember if we did play as Monty Mole, so. Let's find something nice for him to ride. Bowser Bruiser with Monty Mole. I kind of like that idea. We were doing so well in that cup too, and the first 3 were pretty breezy. Yeah, last one kind of fell apart, but we weren't in a good position going into the last segment to begin with. So yeah, like I was saying in Boo Cinema, outside of it, as we discovered in one of the P-Switch challenges, you can just race through the original Super Nintendo Ghost Valley layout, and the shortcut works, and the shortcut actually works itemless because of a boost that you can get. Okay. Let's just get in here. This rail ride is actually pretty good, this inside track here. You should keep that in mind. It's a clear and reachable rail spot that could work out quite well if we eventually learn how to take it. I was trying to cut here with the mushroom, but we just couldn't get a good setup for it, so let's just wait and do it elsewhere. I'm getting hit by everything here, including the blue shell. I was trying to get out of its way, but we lost too much momentum. There's Mukab again. Yeah, this rail here, we should try to plan for it going into the last lap, but I would just as easily just miss it completely. One more lap to go here. So yeah, if we are kind of on the right side coming out of here, let's see if we can actually figure out how to catch that rail. Sometimes when we're drifting on a curve coming into it though, I can't quite do it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it was clearly one that was going to be advantageous because of the way it takes the inside and also just saves you some steering. And that's one that we should learn how to hit consistently. Much better curve on this bend this time. We've got a little bit of rear defense here, which is good. Mushroom could cut me off, but we are well ahead. So yeah, the rail ride there actually made a good bit of difference, getting us rather safely into first. Let's do it again. For the coins mainly. Trying to actually play the courses for once. Yeah, I don't see that we've gotten much of a drift in this game from tailing other racers. Maybe it's just not as visible in effect, but we don't quite know what's going on with that mechanically. Okay, let's be in a better position momentum-wise before we lose the feather. Again, I don't have a very specific shortcut I'm aiming for with it, so it's better to just burn it where we can get a bit of forward momentum and maybe get a corner. Or jump over one of these guys for that matter. Is that a shell I hear? Nope. Somebody else spinning up behind me. That's a lot of feathers we can pick up. Also a rail spot over here, perhaps. Not a very long window. So maybe that was not very advantageous. Oh, blue shell. Is it going to register against the other player? Yes, it is. Mukab. Okay, we're not in a straight boost, so we can't really take the rail here. That's the thing, when you have a rail that's directly after a curve that you're drifting through, you can't very conveniently get a ride. You really have to aim head-on for the rail instead if you want to take it. And here we are in Dandelion Depths. Got a good bit of distance. Get some defense going right away. And how are we doing as we close at this lap? Get me over line. There we go. Yeah, we were well ahead that time, so nice and safe. And let's keep going. Yeah, let's try to go for a swipe here. Nope, not quite. Okay, we got one. Would have been useful to drop the mushroom here, but that's okay. Let's just keep going. And then get in there, and might as well just boost into it. Again, being careful not to hop over every one of these panels. As I hop over one of the panels. Oh, sure, you want to take the feather? Fine. You go ahead and do that. Okay. Drag that and cry. We'll try to grab some of these coins along the way. Again, I like that we're picking up enough speed in this vehicle to retain a lead. For now, but obviously with lots of track left to go, there's quite a bit of risk. And again, if a ghost takes a banana, it's not going to be too much of a threat. Okay, time for the cinema. And we'll try to hit a few boosts before Boo Losses comes out and gives us a little bit of a theme park jump scare somewhere around here. Oh, maybe we skipped Boo Losses. Oh well. That's fine. Yeah, never seriously under threat this entire course. Which is a nice place to be in. I mean, you know, sometimes that's just RNG from not having Blue Shell come out at the wrong time, but worked for us. So yeah, we'll get into the final course. We'll see how we do. I don't know if we'll retry if we don't make it this time, but I'm thinking ahead to how, even though there are just 2 cups after this, one of them, the Lightning Cup, was the one that gave us by far the most trouble in just standard 150. And that's even with changing our loadout and trying some different things. And then we wound up getting 2 stars on it due to flubbing the final turn. So we'll see. I don't think I'll be doing mirror knockout to 3 stars by any means on stream, but we might actually run mirror knockout for the golds, just as standard golds. It's still going to be possibly a bit of effort to get that done, but we'll see how we do. Doing 3-star today has been kind of on pace with how we were going through the cups with our first reading through 150. So it's taken us about as long... Well, if this one succeeds, it would take us about as long to have obtained 3 stars. Mirror. Oop. Thought it was out of range. Oh well. And we lost the horn too. Huh. See, I could have just gone around that and tore ahead in first, and that was just so misplayed. I thought I had enough room to go around the side. So yeah, never mind. We might be here for a lot longer, but got another horn coming. Hammer's not going to be too useful to us here. There's just not enough range. But yeah, it took us one stream to get through 6 golds in 150 just at the first reading, and so it's kind of nice that we've been roughly keeping on pace with some of that in attempting 3-star mirror. But of course we have a lot left. We're not doing that well in this course so far, so here's another moob up ahead. Quite a lot of moves that are possible here with the bomb cars everywhere. And yeah, let's just cut this corner and go for the double. We'll just try to defend the lead at this point. Okay, here comes the final lap. Did we want the upper track here? I guess we'll take it. Yeah, we went lower last time. There are a couple of different routes for here. It's a nice thing about the fully original layouts is you can really play to the advantages of what this game offers. Now, I guess at least we won't be targeted by the blue if we hit one at this point, but being second this late is not a great place to be in. I think I want actually the mushroom to be available for the final bend if we can. Okay, surely this will get us over. And that's the cup. And thank you for the GGs. Actually, I think we did all the golds in the first stream that we had with this game. So yeah, 150 standard went a little bit faster. Knockout Tour took me 2 streams. And, oh yeah, in spite of the fact that the screenshot will be indistinguishable from the other ones, let's get it anyway. And it's very tempting to try to push the last 2 today, but I think we'll spread that out to the next stream. We'll let's take a look here. I'm just gonna click through. Yeah, so Lightning Cup, Special Cup. I want to give myself some time with these just in case. Particularly given how much trouble we had with Lightning last time. But that will be for the next broadcast, and we're proceeding through Mirror at a decent pace. Like I was saying, the 3-star marker does trickle down to all the other cups, including 150, which didn't used to be the case, and so it kind of makes sense to push through this before memory of how the courses usually takes over and makes Mirror unplayable. So and we're having enough fun with it too that we might actually at least do gold for Knockout Tour with Mirror as well, which I wasn't necessarily originally planning on, but I like Knockout Tour as a format anyway. Although, of course, against CPU, it's very much about just trying to keep the leader under control. But yeah, next time we'll be starting with Lightning Cup Mirror. And today, I think we'll just call it. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all the GGs, the conversation, also the raids that we had earlier from both Gritoffy and the Gaming Sage. Much appreciated. And we will pass on the favor to some other channel very, very shortly. So we'll determine what that is in a moment. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching. The VOD will be up sometime within the next day, as is usually the case nowadays. And as always, have fun with everything you may be playing or watching or following, be it on Switch 1 or 2, depending on your means. And as always, fare thee well.